It's like, wow, I need a clean desk for stream. When you did not care about it, you do not care during your stream. You do not care day to day if your mess is a disaster, looking at my own right now. But right when you hit that go live button and you have that countdown, it needs to be clean right now.
So the places that look like they might make sense is there's like straight up near the top of the map where I see like 29 and 30 in that area. That looks like it might be a good possibility. If not there, then like where it's like 42, 41, 49, that kind of junk over there. Otherwise, all the way in the southeast.
What about like 34, 35, 44?
Yeah, I'd count those in the same area as the 30 and all that.
I actually really like that area. It looks nice.
It's not bad. Maybe start with, let's see. Maybe we start with 44.
Yeah.
All right, we own it now.
Now what?
So the first thing I can do is go up there and see what the heck is already there, because there's like crop already in the ground. We might as well wait till it's ready to harvest and get our money.
Okay. Where'd you do that? Where'd you go?
Oh, if you pull up the map and you click on any of the buildings, you can choose visit and you'll teleport to it.
I can visit directly to our farmland. How do we tell what's on here?
When you point your mouse at the ground, it should say like whatever crop it is. All right, well, that means we get to fresh start stuff.
It's ready to harvest, though, if we have a reason to harvest grass.
I mean, you can make a little bit of money on grass.
Would we make profit when we harvest grass, like with a rented mower?
I think selling as straight up grass, if we do make profit, it won't be good. But if we were to do something with the grass, probably.
Is there something we can do with it?
Oh, but this is like fully fertilized and everything. I mean, it might be worth doing. It might be worth...
Oh, you know what? There's contracts for bale wrapping right now.
Yeah, no, because we're going to still do contracts in the meantime.
No, there's a mowing contract, so we could take that and use it on our stuff, right?
Sadly, no.
Ah!
The contract will explicitly say, or like if you try and take the mower, it says you must use this on contracts.
That is
so we can lease stuff, but what do we have for contracts? Is there anything amazing? There's a lot of contracts.
The most is like this cultivating 4,000.
There is a mowing contract for 8,500 just north of town. There's also some harvesting contracts, like a lot of them. A couple of those are relatively good. Avoid the red beet one unless you want to suffer. red beets and parsnips are a bad time.
I think we should mow our current field and see if we can figure out what to do from there.
All right.
How do we get a mower?
So we can go to where we buy stuff, which is, I believe, the P key. And if you scroll down from there, you'll see there's like a grassland section that says mowers. So you'd need a mower header, a tractor that can run that header, and then probably a foraging wagon for right now. Because you could do a foraging wagon or a baler, but a baler, then you need something to pick up the bales, versus the foraging wagon is the thing. So to set that up, we would need 30,000, 43,000.
Just to rent?
Horsepower? Oh, to rent? No. To rent, so it'd be about $700 for the mower header. For a small tractor to run it would be another $3,000. So we're probably talking somewhere in the area about $5,000 to lease it all.
Do you think we could make 5,000 off all this grass?
Maybe, probably. I don't know.
You want to try?
I haven't done it. We can try it.
Let's do it.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and start leasing this stuff. All right, so no frills, just the minimum. So there's the tractor leased. Because if we get something big and fancy, you can do it really fast. The downside is it costs way more to lease, so you just eat it all up in the convenience.
Yeah, let's go slow with it.
There's the mower header, and see what the difference of the prices of leasing these are. That'd be 1,500.
This car is called a Lizard.
Yep.
Oh, they got like
brands.
fancy touchscreens in their car. Oh, and a sunroof.
Okay, so I got everything you need to be able to mow, at least. So one person can work on that, and the other one will have to do contracts since we don't have the equipment for both of us to do it.
Is this a front mower?
Oh yeah, mower on the front and the wagon in the back.
Which one do you want to do? Do you want to...
I can go either way.
I'll let you pick.
You go ahead and do our field.
Okay.
And I'll mow a different field for the contract.
Oops. Okay, now where's our field? Up. I would take the ferry, but the ferry takes forever. Oh no, I want to go the other way. You start as soon as when you're oh yeah, I read that. Your hubby got you Chinese noodle noms? Ooh. Dude, the best Chinese place got like shut down around here, and I'm still upset. It was like over a year ago that they got shut down, but like they didn't get shut down, they just like went out of business. You know? And I'm still upset about it because like, man, those are some good noodles. And I'm so picky, like I don't like a lot of vegetables. So when you don't like a lot of vegetables, it can be hard to find Chinese that you'll actually eat. They had an amazing, like, what was it called? Lo mein or something? It was just like cabbage and meat. Oh.
My whole thing I run to, no matter where I go, they end up taking whatever I like off their menu. And it gets deeply upsetting. It became kind of a joke that we don't go to Panera Bread very often, but like every once in a while we'd go. And that they had 4 separate items. I'm like, I really like this item, start getting it. They take it off the menu. It's like, okay, fine, that's off the menu. Let me get this other item that I like. Okay, it's off the menu. I'm like, well, did I personally offend someone over there? Like, what's the deal here?
I'm upset that Subway changed how they do their sandwiches.
What changed?
They don't like have the classic, like I always got the Italian BMT, now you have to get like a pre-made like thing and then customize it, and it's stupid. And
gotcha. Yeah. So like I used to get the spicy Italian, and now it's like, what do they call it? Like the hot shot Italiano or something like that.
Yeah, and it's so stupid.
I mean, for me, it's basically the same sub. They just gave it a name.
I know,
and, like,
but it
cool,
still
you're into
bugs
sports.
me.
I get it.
And then Domino's got rid of the salami for their pizzas.
That's a weird choice. I thought
I
that'd be.
know.
Well, I mean, maybe people don't order a lot. Maybe they just get the pepperoni. I would think they would, but I don't know.
Dude, I don't know, but Domino's is like my favorite fast food pizza. So I was kind of upset when they got rid of their salami, not gonna lie. I know that's a silly thing to be upset about, but
No, but I mean, if it's what you regularly order, it's still annoying.
it is.
Like the first major change for me with the Panera Bread thing is I used to really like their French onion soup, and they changed the recipe, and now it's basically just salty water with a little cheese on top of it.
Mm. Yeah. And then like one of my favorite frozen chicken like strips has changed their recipe, now they're like super mediocre.
Yeah. It's always a bummer when you have something you really like and it's just they either change or they get rid of or whatever. Got to find yourself a new brand or a new place or whatever.
Mhm.
Because I am absolutely the kind of person that when I go to a restaurant, I'll usually find the thing I really like there. And it's not that I'll always order it, but I will frequently order the thing I know I like.
Mhm.
Like there's a local Tex-Mex place nearby that they used to have like it was like a pick two kind of menu where you get I always would get a quesadilla and an enchilada. Then they give you like the little refried beans and rice and all that. And then they got rid of all that and instead now it's just you can order like one entree and that, which is fine. It's probably healthier. But it was definitely a real big bummer when I couldn't get the two different things every time because just enjoyed the variety because you got smaller portions with the two of them, but you got more variety.
Mhm.
Plus now the meals don't come with the refried beans and rice, so to get a little bit healthier, getting the beans in there so you at least get some fiber or something with your food.
Things are not being a hot mess over here, don't you worry.
I'll pretend to trust you.
Pretend.
What?
A restaurant that had gone out of business near the college you went to and had amazing sausage and pepper subs. It was spicy, kind of like charred salami. Their pizza was better than the new place I took over too. Oh, that's the worst.
We used to have a place, like, and this is gonna sound weird, it was a grilled cheese place. But like their whole gimmick was they had like all sorts of interesting grilled cheese sandwiches and like tomato soups, like not just like cream of tomato, but like tomato bisque with fun stuff going on. Super bummed when that went away because they were like really fancy grilled cheese with like Gouda and then put like pulled pork and stuff in there. Like they'd always have like 5 or 6 different things going on. It's always sad when those really fun places go away. And then you get another McDonald's.
Yeah, there's a new restaurant that we need to check out that's in where that thing was. We also lost our smokehouse fairly recently. And like now they're just at this golf course, but like the quality is so not there.
That's a bummer.
Like it used to be amazing, and last time we went the chicken was dry.
For a little while we had a place that their whole thing was so you know how like you go to a place like Chipotle, Moe's, whatever, you order your thing and they're like, I want this, 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 and this on. They kind of put together and you get your thing at the other end just the way you want it.
Mm-hmm.
it was that, but instead what it
Here's to you
was
finding a job that you
was
find
for
enjoyable and
pastas.
fulfilling.
So you could sit there and
Also,
get, you know,
hopefully you feel more
spaghetti,
refreshed after
like the
getting a
mac and
break
cheese
from
style, like
streaming
elbow
for a few
pasta,
days.
cavatappi, like whatever it was, linguine. And then have, you know, you choose your type of sauce, was like an Alfredo or tomato or whatever sauce.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like really good. And I was super sad to see that one go because, you know, it's make your own pasta.
Mm. I gotta say, the loading wagon being turned on really slows this thing down.
Oh yeah, it does.
Like, this is probably gonna take a long time.
Shouldn't be too terrible. I know I'm gonna get my job done faster because I don't have to load. So I'm just blasting across here.
It's not picking everything up either.
Is the wagon full?
No, it's at 0%. Oh, lower pickup.
I was gonna say, it's like, it shouldn't be at 0, it should be doing something.
Let me just back up. You know what? It's fine.
I saw your cheer, Kaladi.
Yeah. No, I was really focused. But thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it, Kaladi. Is it Kaladi or Kaladi?
I don't know.
Me neither. Cal? Got it. Got it. But thank you so much. It's so sweet.
I'd say that's gonna actually, like, distract my brain because Cal is a main character in a book I've been reading.
What book?
It's a series of books called The Divine Dungeons. Is it good? I'm just already invested now. So, like, it's got fun stuff in it, but it's also got a lot of really... It's got a lot of references that get a bit over the top, after, you know, from time to time. But one of the characters, Cal, and Cal likes puns.
Oh no, that sounds cringe.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's part of the fun, is the main character you follow hates puns, and so you get where that goes. It's fun. It's what I've been listening to while I wait for the books I've been really into to get their next book, because waiting is forever.
I need to read more. I keep telling myself I'm going to, and then I just don't.
I've gotten to the point that part of the way I manage my ADHD insomnia garbage is I need something that's just distracting enough for my brain that it's not idle, because then otherwise the brain just goes burr when I'm trying to sleep. And I found audiobooks most of the time hit that niche. Once in a while I'll get a book that just engages a little too much. And then just, I no-life the book until it's done.
That's relatable.
Yeah. The books I've been kind of into lately. I've been listening to, like, the Artorian Archives and all, which is Divine Dungeon series, just because there's a bunch of them, and because I can. But the ones I'm actually waiting for is, I enjoy the Bobaverse books, have been extremely good. And then there's the He Who Fights with Monsters, which is one of those series that a lot of people get into and a lot of people really don't like, because the main character is kind of arrogant as hell. But that's kind of gets him in trouble all the time.
Hey, Jaywalker. Why have I completely stopped? So, turns out this tractor is not really powerful enough to do both at once, so I think I'm gonna be better off doing them separately.
Wait, what?
When I'm going up the hill, I cannot both collect and mow at the same time.
Oh, is it okay? A hill thing? Yeah. You can go down the hill.
Honestly, I feel like it'd be faster to do one than the other.
That's fine. Yeah, I didn't pay as close attention to the horsepower. I went for like the bigger one than I did on my other start. I was like, that should work.
Honestly, I think this is gonna be way more effective.
Hey, whatever works.
I like how I can mow parts that aren't technically part of the field, too. Play games to keep your brain busy, that's valid. Every day I watch like 2 episodes of anime in the morning. Well, now that I'm not working every day. I just started an anime called Sunny Boy. No idea how I feel about it yet. Not far enough to know. You watch anime, Raul?
I've watched plenty in the past. I don't watch much in shows. Like these days between like the streaming thing and all that, I'm either playing games or doing, stuff with the community. Otherwise, I'm spending time with Tomb, so it kind of eats in that. Shows-wise, I've been watching, like, me and Tomb will watch, whatever the latest Star Wars thing is. We tend to watch that.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, the only series I've been kind of going out of my way to watch, it's not anime, but it's, Hell of a Boss and when Has Been Hotel came out, we watched those.
Oh, Has Been Hotel was good.
Oh, yeah. I saw a shirt I almost bought at, there's a place called Hotbox. It's Hotbox. It's kind of, or no, Lunchbox, not Hotbox. Lunchbox. It's kind of like a, like Hot Topic or whatever, where they have just like whatever fandoms things there, but same idea. But they had a shirt that was the rubber duck that Lucifer had that just said "Take that, depression." I was like, I almost bought that shirt.
Valid.
I was like, I really like this shirt. But yeah, Has Been Hotel is the same person as sorry, Hell of a Boss, the same person as Has Been Hotel.
I'm so glad Raul isn't, like, watching what I'm doing right now.
Oh, don't worry. The next 2 contracts I took, right next to you. I'm on my way.
Oh, lovely.
Field 35 and 34. Right there.
Oh. You know.
I wonder... Okay. I wonder if you're able to... I'm gonna try something to see if we can't sneaky extra money. I'm gonna see if I steal the wagon real quick. If I mow this other field, then I can steal their grass. I mean... clean up the mess.
But yeah, this is really fast to just mow by itself. So that's why I'm doing it that way.
The answer is no.
No.
I was like, you know what? It'll only add a couple $100, maybe $1,000 extra, but you know, I'm down to find out.
Yeah, but we can barely handle this hill. See this?
Yeah, no, it's just and under spec tractor. But yeah, so like, for example, if I were to try and roll over this and mow with this big giant thing from the contract, nothing.
Bad days.
Which is weird because you do pay the lease. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe get discounted lease of the contracts I never really watched.
I don't know. Hey Gimris, how's it going? Why are they saying they hope you were able to sleep? Did something happen?
Oh, I just had like a no sleep kind of day because I had a thing in the morning and just I did a extra stream yesterday, or I did a not extra. I was doing a stream yesterday and I like ended early because I'm like I'm too tired.
I ended early yesterday too. I did 3.5 hours. And then I was just dead.
Yeah, I got to about 4, which is a very short stream. I'm like, I'm playing Project Zombo. It's like, I've gone like days, like, not really focused twice. Like, I gotta wrap. Because Project Zombo without get you killed. Plus, you're just not gonna make good content while you're like that.
No.
You'll just start autopiloting and doing whatever in game and completely ignore chat.
No, the worst part is when I don't feel good, like, I don't talk to chat.
Right. And that's kind of the same problem.
You know, or I'll just stop talking altogether. Which, you know, makes great content.
Yep. That's why you don't stream while you're super tired. It does suck with the current, like, stream streak thing. That means I definitely screwed a whole lot of people's streams, but I've since gotten to a point where it's like, I know this is a beta feature, it probably isn't going to stick around, and I'm not going to make it so that, like, it pressures me into streaming when I'm not well, or pressures me into not doing anything that isn't, like, on my normal schedule and all the other nonsense that are side effects of that. If people's stream streaks dies, that's just unfortunate. People are mentioning we might be able to use the leased tractor to power the stuff for that field, and I'm down to try that once I finish with doing this job.
Sure, that would be way faster.
Yeah, so just basically we can, I mean, also I could, while you mow, I could just sit there and roll by with the forging wagon, because you won't be able to use the mower part of it. That I know. But if I can use the tractor and just put the forging wagon on it, that will probably be a thing. The triple mower setup looks goofy, but it's undeniably powerful. Nah, it's like a normal setup. It's just putting one giant mower requires way more horsepower than if you had, like, you know, these separate smaller ones. So it makes sense that, you know, you do the 3. Plus, it means you get more pivot points, so you know, this one giant rigid thing trying to bend all over the place.
Yeah, you're going so fast. Look how slow I'm moving. This is max speed, by the way.
I think a big part of it's actually the mower header that's on there, not so much the mower itself.
You mean the tractor?
Yeah. so it's the mower header, I think, has a pretty hard limit on how fast it can go.
No, I was going at like 20 when we were going downhill.
Ah. Well, then I just gave you too weak of a mower or tractor.
Yeah, it's internet clout, really. It's fake internet points.
Yeah, no, it's exactly. It's like getting a bunch of points on Reddit or something.
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't really serve a purpose, but you know, it's fun. It's a fun little celebration thing. It just doesn't really mean anything.
No, it's just like Reddit karma.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, it's working.
Yep.
I like how we all agree that, yeah, it's Reddit karma.
I think it's basically what it is. Points don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so where can we sell grass and for how much?
That is the question.
Grass can be sold at the animal dealer for $81 per whatever the unit number is. And that is like smack dab in the middle of the map, okay.
Not too far then. Does that mean we can become ranchers too?
Yeah, actually, the taking care of animals is relatively easy. Some of them. The cows get pretty obnoxious, but they're good.
Yeah, so in this direction I go like 10 miles an hour, the other direction I go like 20. Heard what? Oh. Roll.
It is what it is. It is what it is, man. It's great.
Oh my gosh, that's a first time chat too.
Excellent. Yeah, no, it's the animals in the game, like the chickens and that, I think you can just give them grain and they're happy. The sheep, you just give them grass and water and they're happy. And I want to say the pigs need like a range of different things, and then the cows need, I forget what it's called. It's like total something or other mix that's like silage, grass, and a bunch, like grass hay and a bunch of stuff to make them happy. So it's just, there's a bit more work that goes into the cows and pigs. TMR, yeah.
Hey, at least the person with cow in their name knows about cows.
It'd be awfully embarrassing if they did.
Honestly, it'd be the typical Twitch user if they didn't.
This is true. But still.
I'm sorry, that was uncalled for sound.
Yeah, no, it's first time chair's like, man, these people are ruthless. Now, also, that would be, you know, a very Twitch thing for, these people are ruthless. I guess I live here now.
That was entirely called for? Okay, good. Honestly, I feel like having sass only makes people like you more in the content creation space.
There's definitely a juggle, like, having enough sass to be authentic while also not being just like over the top.
Not being mean.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's also definitely a line of just, hey, now you're just kind of being a jerk.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've almost finished mowing.
Yep, and I'm on my way back with the trailer again.
Yeah, there's also like a certain amount of like streamers do have to censor ourselves a little bit in what we say out loud. But also like we try to be as authentic as possible, but you know, we can't like I at least don't I try not to talk about political stuff on my stream. I don't know about Raw.
I generally like current events, political stuff I will pretty close to never touch. But there are things I'll talk about, like, you know, old school company towns that are more like historic stuff than
I'll
like
talk
outright
philosophy.
political.
I think philosophy is fine.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is bad because XYZ, like, you know, but I won't talk about current events, but I'll just talk about, like, more philosophical approaches, I guess. I don't know how to word this.
It's all good.
Alright, well, we can return the mower now.
Alright, give me just a second. I'm just about to get up the hill so I can cancel the lease on the mower so we're not paying for something we're not using.
Same with the tractor, too. I'll double check I got everything.
That's fair.
I'll go ahead and start a contract while you do that.
I will need to finish one or two of the contracts, and I need to make sure I finish the one that I'm not leasing stuff from.
Oh.
Okay, you should be good.
Okay, I was like, I might have done that. There's plowing.
Plowing is pretty slow.
There's harvesting sorghum.
Sorghum wouldn't be bad. Sorghum's a pretty straightforward one.
And that one's 5,000.
Yep, because more than likely what we'll probably do with this field is I don't imagine we want to keep it as grass forever.
No.
Not sure if you tried to post a link or you just missed a period or something, Papa, but it did filter your stuff as if you tried to post a link. But it's sometimes just like if you said, you know, hi there, and then you had like the period there or whatever, but didn't space after it, it'll sometimes misdetect as a link. But we didn't see what you said.
Yeah, it even like did it on my chat.
Yeah. Because I think yours just bring it forward. I believe that's the Twitch built-in link prevention thing.
Oh no, I don't use that.
Oh, I do. I had too many bots just dropping in, being like, "Buy follows."
I made it so that it gets deleted unless it's from a regular. I think subs and mods are allowed to post links.
For mine, I believe it's mods and VIP.
Oh well, VIP.
I haven't had
too, but...
Yeah, I haven't had a problem with like a sub trying to post anything, but that's kind of the defaults I put there. I did briefly turn off a bunch of that filtering because I'm like, I haven't had any problems. Let me turn this off. And it was literally within like an hour or two. I had someone hop into chat and was like, this is a song that upsets the woke crowd. I was like, nope, putting that right back on. Right back on the disabling links go. We had it off for like not even an hour and already had a problem.
That's impressive.
It was just weird timing, but it was just the fact that that timing was like literally the stream I turned it off. I was like, really? You remember that? Yeah, that was literally the first stream. I turned off the link disabling thing. Just posted some like YouTube video or something that I'm assuming was a highly offensive song or something. Yeah, so I'm guessing we're probably gonna get somewhere in the area of maybe 4.5, 5,000 bucks out of this. So technically we'll have made money, but we're talking like 1,000 bucks.
Oh.
And that's fine. Because we're checking.
Yeah, when there's an opportunity, you take it.
Yeah, then what we'll probably need to do is start getting actual equipment for maintaining the fields or more fields, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely an A and B in that is, do you lease the stuff to work the fields and then the leases are eating up a bit of your money constantly? Or do you get more fields fast? Like, sorry, do you buy more fields so you can do more knowing that the leases are going to be cutting into your profit margin? Or do you buy the equipment and have less fields, but you get to keep most of the money?
I don't know which one's better.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think there is a solid, like, this is the better one. They're just
Which
two different
one's better for
strategies.
content?
Probably leasing stuff.
Yeah.
Because you get to do it. Versus, like, when I'm doing my Survivor Man challenge, I'm not allowed to lease stuff or take loans or anything. So it's just kind of one of those things where you do the same process like a dozen times before you can afford doing the next thing.
Mm-hmm. I think we try to buy a tractor as soon as we can, but anything other than that, we don't bother.
Yeah, no, definitely I agree, like, try and get our money, probably for, like, a medium tractor. Like, just skip right to medium, because I'll do, like, 90-ish% of the jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And cost, like, a fifth as much as the big ones. I forgot. We could also check, because they'll have random things on sale each day. And sometimes you get really lucky. But yeah, I don't think we'll have rules against... I mean, should we have rule against loans?
Let's not do loans.
Okay, no loans, but leases are okay. I can get behind that. Alright, so bear with me, because I'm going to step away real fast to flip that laundry since I'm going to be in an ad break, and I'll be back.
Alrighty. I will
And chat
talk
will
with
be
chat.
able to hear you.
I will chat with chat. What? How was I not able to connect? Is it the other way around? Am I being big dumb? How does this work? Chat, I swear I know about farming. Oh, you know what I could have Roll do, or what we could do when we go on BRB? We could just literally broadcast the other stream in that time period. I feel like that's a OP way to go. I should tell Raw when he gets back that I have that idea. Okay. Entertain us. Does that help you? Is that entertaining? Okay, turn on harvester, unfold, lower header. Field course, please. Thank you. So, yeah. Might do a cheeky contract lease for tractor in the early game. Yeah, it is a bit cheesy though. Though we totally did do it, so you know. I feel like this is gonna take a hot second.
We totally did what now?
Nothing. Also, I had an idea. When one of us goes on BRB, why don't we just, like, broadcast the other stream on our channel?
Yeah, probably would broadcast it then,
Then just mute
well,
everything.
okay. That's what I was gonna say, it's like I have to mute one or the other thing. I was just trying to figure out, it's like, which one would I mute?
Mute your desktop.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Because then, like, you know, and we have permission. We're literally right here.
Yeah, most of my breaks, I usually just get up, hit the restroom, and get back, so... Like a little 30-second one, 1 minute one, I probably wouldn't bother.
No, but when you need to, like, go rotate the laundry or go grab some food or whatever, you know?
Yeah, and that was just... Yeah, no, that makes sense, because around 9 my time, I have to step away for 5 minutes, so, like, the next ad break, roughly.
Yeah.
That's step away for, Tomb getting home.
Yeah, and at some point I might have to step away to get some kind of food because Suwey's not home yet.
Yep.
I expected him to be home around now, but, you know. He's out at a wrestling match. One of his wrestlers is at a tournament, so he decided to go. He coaches
Makes
wrestling. I thought I should probably give that context. He's a coach.
Yeah.
And while he's not actively coaching that kid anymore, like, that was one of his wrestlers last year. How is, getting all of the stuff from the mowing going?
It's going fine. It's just taking a bit because I have to drive back and forth. The forging wagon doesn't exactly have a lot of capacity. Right, and you already... Where's the thing where we leased stuff?
I'm just harvesting.
Yep, I was just ending the lease on the tractor and the mower.
Mm.
So we're not paying for what we're not using.
Yeah. Seems pretty smart to me. Dude, I still have students turning stuff in from last semester. The grades were due on the last day of school. I don't know why you guys they're still trying to turn in assignments.
People just don't understand how any of that works.
Like, the grades are in, children. I cannot change them without a big, like, formal process at this point. You can talk out loud to your chat, their shared chat. Raw.
Oh, I know, I literally had just said hello is all.
Okay.
And I'm doing well as well. Yeah, because that hello command does like the little Obi-Wan, you know, well, hello there.
Oh, that's cute.
How'd it get dark so fast?
I don't know, did you
Where
make
did the
theme
day
go
go?
fast?
I put it on its default settings for a while. I actually slowed it down when I know it started getting dark.
Oh.
Because I've been trying to keep us at, like, the default 5-speed just... Because it's really easy to sit there and in one in-game month, day, whatever you want to call it, just sit there and grind it forever. Yeah, Product Zombie, where the sun go... Farming Sim will do that to you, too, where you're just like, I'm going to get this one last thing done. and you'll start that and be like, oh, I need to work on this R thing, and you'll start that, and, oh, well, I'll just have to do this R thing, and then just, where did the day go? I still think Factorio is the worst for that, though. Because you usually have, like, the one thing you want to get done, you just keep finding new things you need to do to get the thing done.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I didn't know you played Factorio.
Yeah, I played through the whole thing, like, long before you met me.
Nice. Have you looked at the DLC yet?
No, I probably won't, I'm gonna be honest.
All good.
Not enough time in the day.
Yeah, it was definitely no life to real hard, and that, like, the speed run for it is like 40 hours. Like, not like the official, like, record ones, but like the achievement for speed running is 40 hours.
Yeah, no, the base, I think I beat the, like, base game in 30 hours. To, like, launch the ship or whatever.
Oh yeah, but absolutely guilty of, I just gotta get this rocket part being made, it'll be fine. And then, you know, you end up needing the copper, so you can make the circuit board, so you can make the other circuit board, so you can make the other circuit board. Oh wait, I don't have enough oil to make the plastic. Okay, now I need to get more coal for that, and you're still trying to do that first thing you said, but you're like 8 or 9 processes deep because you kind of hit that bottleneck. And then just time disappears.
Sounds about right. I'm so glad that you're not able to see what I have managed to do right now.
I mean, I can.
What do you mean you can?
I have many ways I can see what you're doing. I can go over there, I can pull up your stream. This is a solvable thing. The factory must always grow.
Would you mind doing a cheeky little reset on the trailer and tractor that I'm using?
The only thing I'll mention is there anything in them? Okay, as long as there's nothing in them, yeah, I can. You said the
trailer and tractor.
Trailer and tractor.
Just a trailer should be good, honest. Oh wait, I can just separate. Never mind, I'm good. I don't need it. I'm good. I forgot that I am capable of just separating.
Yeah, also I believe you can actually reset your vehicles as well. You just have to click on it on the map and say, hey, reset this. It just, like, the big thing to know is if you have fertilizer in it, it will delete it. If you have, like, a trailer full of stuff, it will delete it. Like, the stuff in it.
Oh, I got stuck on a fire hydrant.
Won't be the first or last time it happens.
What,
I mean, it might be the first time, but it won't be the last time. I know everyone does it. You just get impatient and stuff happens.
Okay, where am I? Right here. And you turn left. What? No, I got off of the fire hydrant. Oh, that's a pole. I got it.
Hey, Darth.
Now I just need to get off this pole really quick. Got it. Home free.
Don't mind me, I'm breaking things. Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the barge, don't worry about it. There's just something about the barge messes with physics badly.
Yeah, just something about me driving in general messes stuff up. I don't really get what's happened. I'm fine right now, but that's right now.
So I'm not sure if you can see, chat. My front axle is below the platform. And the tractor is not happy about it.
Oh my goodness, we're all... It's so nice that I can just, like, drive through fields that we don't own with no consequence. So didn't you say we got rid of crop destruction?
Yeah, no, for when people are new, it's just something you probably want to do.
I feel like it would just be a TDM type thing anyway.
It's not too bad once you get used to it. I'm having to accept I'm just gonna not gonna break this as much as I have. Because there was just no doing what I need to do with this separated in half. Sometimes when you do like that weird stuff where you like force the separation of the axle and all that from the vehicle, you just keep pushing it, eventually it just snaps back in place. But that one, it was staying handily broken.
What did Luxury say? Oh,
Oh,
it's
there's
a
a clip of
clip.
me breaking the tractor, which is now currently beached, and I'm not sure I can unbeach it.
Nice. Good work, girl.
I mean, I was breaking things.
It is very much night in game, but my contract is not very far done. Neither of us paid attention to the in-game time when I took this contract.
Nivek, yeah, no, if I rammed it with another vehicle from the front, it'd be fine. If I rammed it from the back, it'll just fall into the water. I'm hoping by turning the wheels really hard to the side, when it pulls up to your side, the thing will get messed up.
I like how you went and did curse stuff because I'm taking too long.
Oh no, it's not because you're taking too long.
Mm.
I just haven't done the curse stuff with a barge, and it's like I want to see what I want to experience that because I haven't done it yet. See, it's fine, chat. Just ignore that my front tires are kind of underground, and it's okay.
I gotta say, you saying that does not instill confidence.
Oh, in the game, this isn't a survival game, so sleep, food, and drink and all that are optional.
Oh, but you can.
Yeah, you can sleep. You can't eat or drink anything. At least not to my knowledge.
Warm. Oh, it's War Machine, not Warm.
Good old war machines. This is Riverbend. It's one of the new maps for Farm Sim 25. It's the vaguely southeast US map.
You're now Warm Machine? Yeah. I like the Warm. My cat loves Warm.
Krista, basically the contracts for the most part are just for the day. Some contracts do extend multiple day kind of things, but mostly with a contract, you accept it, you've got to finish it that day. After midnight, it turns into a pumpkin. But that, I mean, you just fail it.
You love cats, so that works. I have a cat. He's a Russian blue. His name is Andy. And he's very loving in the winter. We don't talk about summer Andy. We love winter Andy, though. Dude, the cars are so mean in this game.
And they're removable objects that just knock you aside.
I've had multiple incidents with school buses already. Well, my cat is really nice when it's cold out. He's not so nice when it's warm out.
That's relatable. I don't like hot.
But, like, he will just cuddle up. He'll sit on my lap. He'll lay on my chest during the winter, right? During the summer, he wants to come in just long enough to cool down and go right back outside.
I mean, again, very relatable.
He's also...
If it's like 90-something degrees and I'm hot and sweaty and Toom's like being snugly, it's like, no, I'm hot and miserable. I don't want more heat.
But he also like gets overstimulated a lot easier in the summer. We can do crazy stuff to him in the winter and he just goes with it. But in the summer, ooh, be careful even trying to boop the snoot, you know? He will attack in the summer. In the winter, he doesn't have as much feistiness in him. He's such a cuddle bug. And I didn't believe that he had picked me as his human, but he's really showing it right now. Well, the thing about backseating in this game, I know that you said that in Rawls chat, not mine, but this game doesn't really have a storyline, does it?
No, there's no storyline, or I mean, I guess technically there's a story in that, like, the grandpa will be like, oh yeah, your dad didn't want to do farming or whatever, but you're here. That's not really a big thing, and it doesn't really go anywhere with it.
Yeah. I personally am fine with tips. I don't know about Rawl though.
Yeah, no, the tips are fine. Most of the time in games, like, I don't want people to be like, oh, it's a 3-to-4 ratio between these buildings to get maximum efficiency, and don't make sure your bed is oriented in the correct orientation for the house to reduce your pawn's movement space by 2 tiles. Like that kind of thing. It's just like, nah. Oh yeah, no, I got you, and I appreciate you asking. Man, I also have like over 1,000 hours or whatever in this game and all that stuff. Well, I mean, not this version of this game, but Farm Sim in general. So it's not like I know everything, but I'm not in that stage where you're gonna really spoil anything huge.
You might for me, though. Oh, is there a button to activate the ferry?
Oh, I'm willing to bet I can just activate the ferry while standing. I don't have to go to the icon to be my guess.
Yeah, I don't want to
just
be
get out of my vehicle. It just goes.
I don't want people to tell me about the new mechanics or the new map unless I specifically ask when I play Zomboid.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like that's what comes to the back scene when people are like, oh, you know, what can I tell you? And that's like, man, I don't care if you tell me about like there's items in the game isn't that big a deal. I'm pretty sure I know and all that. But the product's always like, no, the new map is specifically I don't want something spoiled because that's a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
Once you know the map, you can't unknow it, and then you get into that thing where it's like, I need a weapon. Well, I know that the nearest two places I can get weapons from where I'm at right now are there and there, and I kind of already know where to go. And that kind of, you know, that takes away some of the magic.
Mm-hmm. I agree. If you can see, I'm almost done with the contract.
Yep, and I am just delivering the last load of grass right now. I think it's actually placed in the right.
It's looking like the trailer that they gave for this contract is gonna actually fit the entire harvest.
Yeah, they do that sometimes. I always appreciate when that's the thing.
I don't know for sure that it's gonna work out that way, but it's looking like it.
Yeah, it's some of the ones like with the peas and that, like these like little microscopic trailer,
Oh.
and you'd have had to like 8 or 9 trips. They'd still pay really well, but it's just like, oh, there's a lot of back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like we made a tiny bit of money off harvesting that grass. What is fiat? I need to message Suwey and see when he's gonna be home. I'm getting hungry. And he is food giver.
He is the bestower of the food.
Yes, he is. Because I need to know if I need to figure out a snack or not, you know? I probably do, but...
I always get caught off looking at, there's these, there's a couple tractors that are like the medium tier that you look at, it's like, why is that one so cheap? It's like, oh, it doesn't have a front attachment at all. Right, that's why it's cheap.
Wait, so you can't attach at the front at all?
Right, but it's like half the price of all the other ones.
For a reason.
Yeah,
That's half
exactly.
the functionality.
Yeah, usually I get there's one it's about 2/3 the price of the others. And it's kind of its only downside. It's got a bit of an underwhelming top speed. But, you know, save a bunch of money. get something that's actually got quite a bit of horsepower for it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's insurance. Okay. I'm literally doing the last row. By the way, my pipe's on the other side.
Yep.
Which is honestly perfect if you drive it back, because I need to use the restroom and do a little peek in for a snack. It doesn't say that I finished harvesting. There is nothing left.
Yeah, no, like I said the last time, that's for the whole contract that you're seeing that thing up there. So 80% of it's harvesting, 20% of it's the delivery.
Mm.
They
Okay.
really could make it clearer.
Oh, Splitsy! Thank you so much for that raid. How's it going? Forever Skies. Ooh, that's a fun game. How's it going? It's so nice to meet you. Hello, hello. Alright. Well, I'm gonna wait a minute to go on BRB now.
That's no problem.
Hey, sis.
And welcome in, Raiders and all that.
Well, come on in. I'll introduce myself, then you can introduce yourself if you'd like. I'm Suwey. I play a large variety of games, mostly wholesome indies. I also teach high school math. So during the actual school year, I don't stream a ton, but yeah, I'm also looking to get out of teaching and into tech. That's a whole thing. But yeah, welcome on in, everyone. I'm Suwey. Raul, do you want to introduce yourself? Because influx of people.
Yep. Can do. So I'm RualStorge. I do play a variety of games here at Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits of Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice the used to there. But I do play a variety of games, including like simulation, like Farm Sim here, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Oh, Wasted Spaces. Oh, that's where it's coming from. Okay, I was like, I've never met Splitsy before. That adds it up. Okay. Hey, Wasted Space, how's it going, dude? Dude, Wasted Space makes the best, such a good charity stream. That's how I know him, from the remote hot potato. I guess I'll introduce myself again. Hey, Gregory. Hi, Saib. Hello, Taliesin. Hello, Dragon Soul. Hello, Splitsy. Oh, that's so sweet of him. Hey, Toss. How was stream, guys? How was stream? Also, if you guys need to go, like, self-care, do it. I always have to self-care right away, so, like, no judgment here. Hey, Qwilly. Qwilly? Hey, Nalby. Hey, Nutrition. Hello, Brown. Welcome on in, guys. I'm gonna introduce myself again real quick. I'm sorry I'm not doing anything in game. We're waiting for Raul to go do delivery. But I'm Suwey. I play a large variety of games, mostly wholesome indies. I'm also a high school math teacher, so I stream more during breaks than I do during the school year. I'm looking to get out of teaching though. First year there was a door open, I decided to try it. You know, not for me, that's okay. But yeah, welcome on in, everyone. It's lovely to have you here. Raul, do you wanna?
Yep. And I'm RualStorge, and I'm a variety streamer who plays a whole range of different games, including Farm Simulator, Project Zomboid, RimWorld, the whole shebang. And all of that good stuff. Been a software developer for over 15 years, but I've also done a whole lot of things, including teaching as well.
Except I'm high school math and you taught college.
Yep.
So you had an easier time in a way, you know, like high school is who behavior management.
There's no arguments. Yes, you had an easier time. My classroom management is if you're trouble, I tell you to leave, and then it's managed.
Yeah, my classroom management is please don't do that. And crying on the inside. You know. But yeah, guys.
Yeah.
If you are enjoying, make sure you follow Raul as well, Raiders. Because we are co-streaming right now. Alright, what are we doing now? Sleeping?
I'm assuming we're advancing the day.
Yeah.
Because eat dark.
Time for the big eeps. Dude, what? Gregory. That's 6 months. That is so sweet of you. Thank you so much, man. Oh, no. Oh my gosh, you have surgery? I wish you luck, dude. I wish you luck.
Yeah, hope it goes well for you. Hope it's nothing big, nothing rough. Have a good one with it.
Go take care of yourself. Sleep, rest, consume. He broke his elbow? How? I had a hairline fracture on my elbow in middle school and it was brutal. I can't imagine what like a full one feels like. It's a whole story though. In middle school, I went to school early. It was snowing, but like I had to go take a test or something. I can't remember for sure. And then yeah. Is it okay if I work on this harvesting contract with you?
No, go for it. I was actually about to say we're gonna take it's not a bad contract, but it's one of the ones you can get in trouble with.
What do you mean?
So sometimes you get really unlucky and you don't have enough to finish your last bale, and then you fail the contract. Like, it's nothing you as the player make a mistake, it's just you can be weird. So it's all the way to the north? Yeah, northeast. Yeah, it's basically the northeast corner of the map. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm going this way. I'll see you there. You're also sick? Oh my gosh. I'm only just now getting better from an illness I had like 2 weeks ago. It's brutal. This thing has the weirdest like handling control to it.
If you hit whatever button is on the QWERTY keyboard to unfold it, it'll control a little bit easier so far as sense, because you don't have the big thing hanging off the back that's not actually over your wheels.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's just your back axle's way forward than you think it is normally.
No, because that felt so weird. The way it was driving.
Yeah, no, I did the same thing.
Oh, there's a car. Hi. You're 40, you tripped downstairs and broke your wrist. Oh, I was in the middle of telling a story and then I got distracted. Hey, passing time. No. I'm not a bad driver. I swear. I swear. It's not me. It's not me. No, but back to the story. So it was snowing out, and where I grew up, it didn't really snow much at all. Right? It was just kind of how it was. And, so, like, my teacher was late, so I had to wait outside, right? In the snow. Like, fresh powder, right? And, when I stepped inside to go inside, I was fine. I went over to the, like, when he stepped inside, there was a rug. I wiped my feet, stepped onto the hard flooring, and fell. You know why I fell? Because I didn't know that you stomp your feet with snow. Because I did not grow up where there was snow and I had a bunch of stuff in my hands. So I caught myself with my elbow. And then I got the joy of waiting over an hour for the nurse to get there for them to let me call my parents to pick me up. And all the nurse did was put me into a little makeshift sling and say, all right, now you need to go to the doctor. And I was over there crying because my elbow was throbbing. This bus is not nice. Okay, I guess I'll back up and give this... I don't know if I am capable of backing up on here. No, I'm great at driving. I wouldn't do any of those things. Alright, school bus. It's always school buses with me. So... Oh my gosh. It still feels weird to drive, this thing does. Alright. I like how Rawl drove the thing over there and went and grabbed a different one because I'm taking too long.
Well, I mean, regardless, that's those ones where you can just kind of sit there and chug away and the other person just twiddle their thumbs for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we should figure out what we're going to do with our field.
Well, the problem we're running into is we're getting towards the end of the year. So we can cultivate and all that, or plow it, or whatever we're gonna do, but we're gonna have to wait to the next planting season to actually plant it.
There's nothing we can plant right now?
We can plant barley, which is fine. It's a perfectly good crop.
Let's do that then.
Yeah, we can do that. We will just need to we'll have to get a tractor and a seeder. Well, actually, I'm sorry. We'll need a tractor. We will need to either cultivate or plow and a seeder.
Have a good one, Outcast. I hope you feel better, dude. Oh, it's because their turning wheels are in the back? That actually makes a whole lot of sense. Not gonna lie, that makes so much sense.
Alright, well, in that case, what I'll do is I'll leave the AI to do the cultivating.
Oh, for the
let's see, is there any
contract?
discounts? Yeah, is there any discounts we care about? Nope.
That actually helps me a lot to know, like, think of the turning wheels being in the back. Like, even though I visually saw it, having someone tell me that, for whatever reason, is actually massively helping me. Okay. Let's approach this field. Whoa. Whoa! This thing turns on a dime! Do we have winter wheat? I don't know, it's a thing in Zomboid though, I know that.
There's no winter wheat in this game.
Whoa, the way this turns is wacky. Did you see how this turns, Raw?
Oh, I've used it before. Yeah, no, it's a thing.
See, I'm turning on a dime. It's very easy to oversteer. Turn steering assist on. I wonder if there's any streamers who refuse to use steering assist.
I'm sure there are. There's always people who are like have the weird hills to die on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for challenge runs, like whatever, but yeah.
Here we go. I mean, it is a very good song, Atlas. What is this? What am I harvesting? Cotton?
Yes.
That explains why it's white. Christu?
And the big difference between that one and the fields you've done before is the harvesters you've done before. You know, they just have like the little chute. You just dump the stuff out the side.
Mm-hmm.
That one puts in a big bale, and you have to spit the bale out the back.
Yeah, I did one of those. Yesterday. Not yesterday. The other day.
Gotcha.
I play almost entirely in cab view when I play American Truck Sim.
Same. Like when I first started playing it, was doing the external cab view. And sometimes I'll go back and forth, but I'll play a lot internally in the cab view.
Mm-hmm. Whoa. Turns like a forklift on a dimension is what you want IRL. On a dime is what you want IRL. No, that's fair. I've never driven a forklift though, so it makes it a little difficult. You still plant cover crop, oilseed or radish to get cheap fertilizer level for some of your crops fields if you need it. What do you think of that, Raul?
I mean, that's certainly a thing we can potentially do. Like what we could do is I can work on the barley for this field, and then as we get through the winter, we can either buy more fields, or start to get like some of the common equipment we're gonna keep getting again and again. Start just doing that.
Mm-hmm. Man, the auto driving is not particularly better than I am, to some degree. Okay.
The AI drivers will get stuff done, but definitely is weird about it.
There we go. I got what I wanted done. The headland first? What does that mean?
The headland's where you do the outside border, so you can turn around easier inside.
The thing you taught me about.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It does feel like driving backward. That's a great way to put it. Very, very
So I
good.
am cultivating our field, so we will have to deal with weeds.
Okay. How do we fix that?
After we plant stuff, you can either use a weeder or you can spray it with herbicide, either or.
Mm. I don't know about driving forklifts. I'm just a teacher, man. the philosophy is behind the diamond shape of the cultivator. Steering on the opposite end from the fork so they have larger load-bearing wheels closer to the load. That makes sense. Which is kind of what's happening here, it looks like. Man, this winter break though has really like shown me how much I miss streaming.
Yeah, it is one of those things I'm curious about. You know, like someday if like the economy around streaming changes or, you know, whatever. Like, you know, I end up not streaming kind of thing by whatever circumstances. It's gonna be weird gaming without streaming if that were to come to pass.
Yeah. And for me, it's just a hobby. I wish it could be more, but it's not.
Nah, there's a lot that goes like. There's a lot that you have to put into not make it a hobby, and there's a luck factor and all that.
Yeah. No, and you also have to be willing to kind of like, I don't know, beg is the wrong word, but kind of like request money from people, and that just feels weird to me, and I hate doing it.
I mean, it feels weird, and I don't like doing it either, but it is like, you just have to realize, like, this is my job. You're like, I am doing this. It's the same thing of, like, you know, if you're a musician out there, it feels weird, like, put the hat down and be like, hey, man, like, I'm playing music for you.
Mm-hmm.
Please put Mon in the hat.
Yeah. No, I see how those are, like, the same, though. You get 3 times complaint where the person complaining is not even munching. Munching. I don't understand. I'd say that's valid, Gritstooth.
Yeah, basically something along the lines. Like, I usually put, you know, something like radio DJ, improv, like any type of performing thing. Yep. Same idea, but internet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. I've made a lot of realizations about what it means to be an adult recently, though. It's hard.
Yeah.
Like, I get paid and I go, sick, I have money. Then the second all the bills are paid, I'm like, where'd my money go? I have none.
You do your budgeting after all that and you go, okay, cool, I'm making this much. Man, that sounds like a whole lot of money. And then you actually sit there and you go, wait a second. Hang on, after my expenses, I got like a couple $100 for literally everything that's not already allocated. Oh.
Yeah. Because it's like, you pay like over $100 for water. You pay electricity. You have to pay for a phone bill. There's internet. Then any kind of loans that you have to pay a payment on. It just adds up. No, because I was talking to my boyfriend's dad recently. Oh, that's good. That's so sweet.
Here's something for the hat.
Thank you. Oh. Welcome to the club. Pretty much. Do you have a database? Munching is a thing? That's weird. I took a bunch of database classes and it's not familiar to me. Yeah, we pay for water. We pay for electricity. Any loans you have.
Yeah, water prices and power vary a lot depending on where you're at. Like, so you mentioning that water amount, I'm like, man, I pay about a third of that.
I think ours is like 70 something. But our power, it's winter right now, so it's only like 200 or 300. But in the summer, it can be like almost 900 because of all the AC we have to run in the desert for 1 month.
Yeah. Mine before the solar panels is up there too. After the solar panels, I still pay, but it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. That's part of the one of the reasons I can do the full-time streaming is doing the dev side. I did a lot of stuff around here to really cut the cost in the house, like replaced all the windows and all that, so my power bill's lower and solar and all that kind of nonsense.
Mm-hmm. And like, so for us, we're living on some family's property. We live in a trailer. And, but we have to pay for all the bills on the property. That's just how, instead of doing rent, we pay all the bills beyond mortgage. Like, we don't pay for the mortgage, but we do everything else, right? We don't do the house insurance either. So, it adds up. Especially, when the grandmother decides that she needs to be using power for no reason all the time. We love when the grandmother decides to turn on the AC and open the door in summer. Or open a window and turn on the AC. You think I'm joking? I'm not. She started doing this thing where she'll boil a pot of water on the stove to try and warm up the house instead of just using the propane heater in her house. And she does not understand that you're introducing water to the air, which is cooling the air. It's wild.
I was more thinking it's like, okay, you're heating the house, but inefficiently. Like you've got a thing called a heater made specifically for this purpose.
Mm-hmm.
It's been engineered to be good at its job.
And she has a little space heater that she can put at her feet. But she also needs to turn on the stove and boil water.
Yeah.
A humidifier thing? No, she said it's because she's cold.
Hey, Lardine, how's it going?
And then I'm over here like, I'm the one paying for this. And you are just wasting my money away. Love it. She doesn't care because she's not the one paying for the power.
Sorry you hurt your toe with your phone.
How did you manage that? Oh, I guess drop it on your foot.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing I've noticed when it comes like hot and cold. Like I've had people complain it's hot, but like it's not that they're hot so much as they aren't actively feeling cool air blowing on them. So it's like it doesn't really matter what the temperature is. It's just the breeze kind of thing. It almost feels like that, but like a moisture thing.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know, man. To some degree, I'm pretty sure it's just her being obstinate to be obstinate. Because she will go out of her way to pick fights. She gets bored.
Some people be like that.
Yep. But right now, we're just like barely paying off our credit card debt slowly 1 month at a time. And we gotta finish that before, Oh, this is a really nice harvester. Sorry. We got to finish that before we can, like, go buy a house or properly rent somewhere, you know? Because properly renting somewhere is going to be more expensive than living here.
Right. And then you get, especially like credit card debt, the percentage is absolutely horrendous.
Yeah. So we're spending every last little bit we have to take care of the credit card debt, which we accrued while I was job searching because none of us had a job. And so we were paying bills with our credit cards. We love being poor. Keep up. Feeling of hitting 0 carryover balance is amazing. My cards are on that, but I'm still working on getting Suwey's cards there. HOAs. There isn't an HOA here. I feel like it would very much entertain her if there was, though. She would love it. What's your thoughts on this, Brawl?
I'm stuck with an HOA.
Oh, really?
A lot of people have too much. A lot of people have too much time on their hands.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things in Florida that basically, if you're not living in the middle of the woods or in a house that's made in the 70s, you probably have an HOA.
Oh, I think this house is from like the 70s that we're living on. Plus, it's like not in main city at all. And it's not like a. It's not a nice neighborhood. It's a cheaper neighborhood, if that makes sense.
I could actually answer why HOAs were really made. Well, I mean, I shouldn't. That's not why they were made initially, but why they became common. We won't get into all the politics. I'll simply say, segregation was a primary factor of that one, and we can just move on with it. Oh yeah.
Is it really?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I did not know about that. That's kind of disgusting.
And the reason why we have our subdivisions the way we do, where there's like usually one entrance in and all that, same deal.
I hate that.
Yep. The reason we have different type of zoning for different house homes and all that, like single family home zoning versus a whole bunch versus just residential, commercial, and all that, also from that time chapter. Yep. So for everyone who hates their bureaucracy around all the zoning laws, that's where it comes from.
Not only makes it worse.
I know, right?
Ugh,
It's
I hate it.
it's weird how like all the bizarre stuff you look around, you find the history, you're like, ah, that's so much worse than I thought it was.
Yeah. I mean, talking about that stuff, we could talk about how education decisions are made by politicians and not educators or people who have like any kind of education in education.
Oh yeah. Well, so like they have the whole thing where they bring in subject matter. Like that's what lobbyists are, is that you supposedly brought in the expert in whatever to help teach you about the thing, but obviously lobbyists have their business motives and whatever, and that they will lobby in favor of whatever the business motive is. And most of the education lobby is around private, i.e. make public education suck so that private can be more lucrative.
Nothing is affordable. You finally paid off your debt, started saving up, only for housing prices to skyrocket. That sounds about right. Yeah. And I'm over here like, if I cannot find a job before the school year ends, I might be stuck doing another year of teaching. Not because I want to, but because I need to keep us afloat.
Yeah, unfortunately, like not teaching specifically, that happens a lot. I've definitely had jobs that I'm like, oh my god, please, I need to do anything but this, but you know, just wrong time of year for looking for a new job, unfortunately, certain markets and everything.
Usually when you find something frustrating or backwards, it's either because of racism or because it was convenient for the church at some point. That sounds pretty accurate, honestly.
Yep, checks out.
I hate it.
Why is
But
Oklahoma shaped really weird? Slavery.
yep. I know that one.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like how religion finds its way into things so much.
Yeah, like I can like as long as someone's religion is like directly and actively harming someone and yada yada, like believe what you want. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of those things that like you'll hear people scream like freedom of religion, and the vast majority of the time I hear it's like, well, no, the key to that here in the US is that includes both your practices being permitted, again, unless it's directly harmful or otherwise that kind of thing. But it's also those things, a lot of times it's forcing your religion views on other people.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say, hey, well, you're not allowed to force those views on others. And they'll be like, no, freedom of religion is like, right. And that's, we're trying to discuss that right now. You don't get to apply you on me. You have your views and I respect that. I ask you respect my views back.
Yeah.
No.
A nice light topic to arrive to. Yeah. Yeah. You know. Again, I am fine with talking philosophy on politics, but talking like specific current world politics, no thank you.
Right. I mean, like, if this is what you're referring to, the philosophy, that, yeah, it's similar for mine. Like, when someone's like, what do you think about Bill whatever, 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 it's like, half the time they'll bring up something that's, like, first day, I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But, like, I keep up with stuff, but if it's, like, something going on in a different state that I have no bearing on, it's not like, me being more informed about it doesn't let me do anything.
Yes, Blue Squid.
But it's kind of one of those things of just...
Twitch? It just said connecting to chat and I panicked for a second, but we're good.
Yeah. But it's one of those things that, like, this is the kind of thing that'd be okay in my chat typically. Like, if it gets, like, heated or heavy, then we, you know, alright, we can't behave, it goes away.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's like, what do you think about this senator? It's like, you know, that's not a topic we're gonna have.
No.
Because I've just found historically in conversations, the moment a political party comes up or an individual elected official comes up, everyone collectively takes their brains, they switch them off, and then they scream, my team versus your team kind of thing.
And then, okay, the one thing I hated, it was when I first started voting, I really, like, in-depth read what those voting pamphlets said, and I went, these are the same things but different words. Most of the time they're saying the same thing in different ways.
Well, it's like when you look at a lot of stuff, like you stop listening to the talking heads on the various TV stations who are all trying to get their ad money and trying to get, you know, all that garbage. And you actually look at what they're doing, you'll have whatever the problem is that like one side or the other is purporting. And the vast majority of the time, and there's exceptions, certainly, but a lot of the issues that aren't like the hot button yes-no issues, they tend to agree on what the problem is, they don't agree on the solution. And the worst thing is, like, 90% of the time, the solutions aren't even, like, mutually exclusive. They'll say, like, oh, this problem is... And I'm deliberately avoiding any actual specifics, because then people get all weird about it. But they'll be like, oh, it's this. And the other side will be like, no, it's actually that. I'm like, well, we are allowed to address both those problems at the same time.
Those are both problems that exist.
Yeah, literally, those are both problems that are solvable and will contribute to solving this problem. You actually don't disagree on that fact. You're just saying which one's bigger. We can do both. Mm-hmm. Both is allowed. I understand there's certain things that are hot button, that they're big solid. You can either slam the it's legal, it's not legal lever, and yeah, that's the middle ground there is kind of hard to find. But a lot of it is fabricated outrage and that kind of nonsense.
Oh yeah.
Where it's, you make the other team into the bad guys, and therefore you're the good guys.
Yeah.
and yada yada.
No, a lot of times when people start talking specific politics as well, I just keep my mouth shut because honestly, it just feels like they're trying to fight half the time for no reason.
Well, I feel like people have to be right.
Yeah. And so when I disagree half the time, I'll just stay quiet. You know, Andy, you were very correct. Real bad guys are media who make money by killing the middle lane. Huh? No, I didn't. I fixed it. I'm gonna BRB for like 30 seconds.
No problem. Yeah, no, in the US we also have private schools that are religious. Those are ones that become a little bit of a mixed bag kind of thing, because they can be good and all that. It's not that they're religious that's a problem. Sorry, 1 second. I was trying to prevent you from getting hit with an ad until I need to step away. It's not like they're religious that's a problem. It's when you start getting a thing, it's like, well, here is the things that are required to teach, and then there's the push back and forth and all that. Or when public funds end up going to fund those private schools. I have a real problem with public funds going to fund a for-profit private school, regardless of what affiliations they have with anything. No, and I get you, Jaywalker. That's always a tricky thing though, because like what is considered political from one person to another varies wildly. So you can have stuff that most people be like, oh yeah, that's not political and all that. No problem. I'm gonna have to step away because I'm hitting that about 5-minute break that I need to take for welcoming Tomb home and making some food happen and all that.
All good. Yeah,
So I'm gonna do that real quick.
I muted on stream, but I did not mute on Discord, and I apologize. I don't know how much was heard. Oh, did he go right now?
I'm here. I'm trying to get your stream primed up.
Oh, no worries.
But no, you're all good. I didn't catch anything specific. It wasn't clear enough to have that.
Okay. It didn't matter anyway. We were just chatting.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm gonna put Suwey's stream on the screen, and I'll be back.
Alrighty, guys. So here's where we play a game called Get Raw Banned.
No.
I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't actually dare. In Quebec, you have language politics where if you speak English, your schools are incredibly underfunded, but the French schools are very overfunded. Huh. I don't know what that word means. ASMUT. GIF or GIF? It's GIF. Private schools should never get more public funding than public schools. Yeah, they shouldn't, but you know. I don't like pineapple at all, so you know. Like, I don't know. I don't know. The only time I like pineapple is Dole Whip. Not Dole Whip. The like Dole ice cream that you get at Disneyland, you know? It's so oddly specific. But it's that pineapple ice cream at Disneyland is good, but I do not like pineapple otherwise. Looks right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of pineapple. On my pizza, I like salami, pepperoni, olives. I love olives. I know it's like a very controversial thing to like olives. But I am a huge fan of black olives. They're so good. I will eat them straight out of the can. But like I've talked to my students because sometimes I'll have like a burrito or something that has olives in it, and they'll be like, "Oh, Miss Suwey, what do you have?" And I'll be like, "Oh, it's a burrito." And they're like, "Can we have one a bit?" And I'm like, "No." And they'll be like, "What's on it?" And then I'll say olives, and they'll be like, "Oh, never mind, that's nasty." Yeah, mushroom. I don't like mushroom. I don't know why. It's just like a texture thing. Like I feel like it leaves a really weird texture in my mouth when I eat it. I really can't explain it. It leaves like almost like a chalky texture in my mouth. I swear it does. And it's just uncomfortable. Like, I don't know why. It leaves a weird texture in your mouth when you finish eating mushrooms. And it like freaks me out. I don't know. The way I found out is because like I had a cream of mushroom soup and it's just like, it was good, but the texture it left on my mouth just, ugh, I hated it. It was so gross and I couldn't eat more of it. You know? So, yes, pizza with olives is the best choice. Cream of mushroom soup. It has mushrooms in it though. I don't know, when I have mushrooms, like, I don't know, it's weird. Then why was that soup so nasty? I don't know, I just think mushrooms leave a bad taste. I don't know what that is. R-O-U-X. Rue? I don't know, man. Flour? Maybe. I think it was a mushroom though. Maybe like I have a tiny allergy and that's what's causing it to be weirdness. So I don't think that would cause an issue for me, what you guys are saying. So I think it's literally just like some kind of mild allergy or something. For me, it's kind of a texture issue with mushrooms. I have not tried fried mushrooms. I don't know, I wonder if I have some kind of like eating thing. Like super mild ARFID or something. Because I am so picky with my food. And it takes so much emotionally for me to try a new food. Like, I am literally tackling a phobia when I try new foods, and I don't know why. So, trying a new food, to me, feels just very similar to trying to kill a spider. I don't know what a super taster means. But trying new foods is really scary, and like I don't like most vegetables because they're just so bitter. You know? Vegetables have such a strong flavor, and it freaks me out a lot of the times. Yeah, I can't handle bitter. Though I do like black tea, which is actually a fairly bitter thing. I like spinach. I like cabbage, though the sweetness of it can throw me off sometimes. I like celery, I like green beans. I'm okay with carrots if they're put in something, but I don't like the like sweet taste of carrots, really. Fried mushrooms don't have a texture beyond squishy and weakly rubbery when you bite. I don't know if I'd be able to handle that texture. I like artificial sweeteners. I don't know why. But yeah, no, vegetables just scare me a lot. And I've been trying to fix it because, like, I know that's really unhealthy. But it's really hard. I don't really like beer. And coffee, like, gives me the jitters and gives me a stomachache, so I just don't drink it at all. Honestly, black tea is, like, as bitter as I can get. Especially when I accidentally overbrew it. That's, like, how bitter I can go. Like, I do not like dark chocolate. It's too bitter for me. I like zucchini when it's grilled and put on like a burger or something. That's delicious. I also have some weirdness when it comes to fruit. Like I have some, it's called, oh, what's it called? Oral allergy syndrome. So it's gotten better since I've started taking allergy shots because I go in once a week get allergy shots. Speaking of I need to, I'm like 2 weeks behind right now, which is not good. But I have oral allergy syndrome, so when I eat certain fruits, like my throat will get kind of itchy, but it's not like at the point that it's a proper allergy. And if the fruit juices get on like my chin while I eat, I then have to wash it off, otherwise it will get red and itchy. But like, I'm not actually allergic to the fruit. It's your body gets confused because the proteins are very similar to that of like proteins of other things you're allergic to. So I'm allergic to a lot of trees and pollens and grasses, which then makes that weird. So I don't know, it's just some weirdness. We love bodies.
And I am back.
We talked about my distaste for most vegetables and how it's scary to try new vegetables. We talked about allergies. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm learning. I haven't had like many allergies, but just yesterday, I don't know what happened. I started my day and I looked at it like, man, I got a bad rash in my arms. Like I never get a rash.
Oh, I have a rash 24/7.
Fun.
Yeah, I have eczema, so like I'm always very acutely aware of my skin. And my skin always has an itchy spot. Like if you asked me if I have an itchy spot right now, I do. I do.
Yeah, for me, I don't run into it often. So like yesterday, just randomly being like, oh, there's this rash on my arm. I like never get rashes. No idea the cause.
For me, it's just eczema, environmental, something. I'm a little behind on my allergy shots, so it's a little worse, you know.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I need to make sure I go tomorrow to get my allergy shot. So I have an appointment on the 2nd, so there's a part of me that's like, why not just wait till then? But I should really take care of it so I don't feel like trash.
I definitely know whenever the like conversations come out of around like, you know, different vegetables people liking and all that. I think one of the greatest crimes that parents pull with their children is steaming and boiling all the vegetables.
Yeah, that's how the vegetables were for me growing up. All boiled and steamed.
Uh-huh.
Maybe a little salt thrown on, like, per plate.
Yep.
Though I loved when my mom would make a, like, stir fry. She made a mean cabbage stir fry. But I'm also scared of trying new fruit. Or not fruit, vegetables. Like, it's an actual phobia for me. And it takes so much emotional spoons for me to try a new vegetable. Which I know is
interesting.
weird. I know it's really weird. But I think it's just because there's just so many that I don't like that trying a new one is scary because I just assume I'm going to hate it. And so, like, I am dealing with the fact that I'm going to put something I don't like in my mouth, which is very uncomfortable.
Right, and it's definitely one of those things that you can get in your own head where like not even vegetables. If you like mentally think to yourself you're not gonna like something before you even try it, it can really screw with you. Versus like if
Mm-hmm.
you just happen to accidentally eat something, you're like, oh, what is that? That tastes good. And they're like, oh, it's this thing. It's like, man, but I hate that thing.
Yeah. I also have allergies, right? So, like, I'm allergic to both onion and tomato. So, I'm also like, every time I try a new food, I have to be ready for an allergic reaction.
Yeah, it could certainly undermine the enjoyment of trying new things.
Yeah, so I try something new and I have to be ready to get really itchy or to vomit or even have to go grab my EpiPen. You know?
Yeah, it's no fun. Oh, hey, Alana. I just saw Alana sent a message earlier.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to say hi. Hi, Alana. I got so caught up in what I was talking about.
Yeah, that absolutely happens.
No, onion will give me a really bad night. I will not sleep if I have too much onion.
Yeah, no, onion's definitely hard to enjoy. Like honestly, like almost all the vegetables out there, you'll like unless they're like really niche things or whatever, they do find their ways in so many different things. And a lot of stuff when they're like, this is the healthy version, you know, they're adding more vegetables than whatever else, pasta, meat, whatever, they're adding more veggies.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just really hard to know what's going on. Yes, definitely don't forget to check out Alana. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Fellow member of the House Kid Frequency stream team. Plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. Definitely a good time over there. Go
Mm-hmm. I
check them out.
agree. I like broccoli. That's a weird one that I like.
Broccoli's a good one to like too. Because I've talked about before on my channel that not all like you look at the nutritional labels on stuff and it's kind of a half truth as far as like when it comes to nutrition. That there's this concept known as bioavailability that's basically okay, spinach, it's got a lot of iron in it, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Your body is actually pretty garbage at getting that iron out of spinach and putting it into your body. So as far as like actually eating it and getting spinach, it's only okay. It's not terrible, it's not good, it's just okay.
Mm-hmm.
So pound for pound between broccoli and spinach, broccoli's actually better, even though numerically on the package it's worse.
I also had the problem of my parents were pretty mediocre cooks. And so, like, most nights I would just eat because I needed to fuel my body. And it was, like, passable, you know? And now the food is amazing. And so, like, I'm having a ton of issues with weight gain and learning how to control it, like, control myself because the food is so good. I eat until I'm completely stuffed. So I didn't have to practice moderation before because I just ate however much I wanted to. And when it's
And Popeye's not a
mediocre,
lot.
the amount you want to eat is what you will intuitively eat, whatever your body needs.
Yep, I was gonna say, and Andy was saying, so are you telling me Popeye's a lie? I'm like, no. You see, the thing with Popeye is Popeye was that strong the whole time, but it was just a placebo effect that Popeye actually felt he was super weak without his spinach. So it's a psychology study.
Seems valid.
I mean, there are football players that if they don't have their lucky socks, they underperform.
Really?
Oh, psychology gets wild. But yeah, like there's people who like literally will get those weird things that they wore that bracelet that one time that they got a winning lottery ticket, so it's their lucky bracelet, and if they go out and do something and they don't have their bracelet, even though like in the depths of their mind they know it's BS that it's a bracelet, it'll still F with them, and that they will genuinely perform less, thereby, thereby supporting the belief that this bracelet does something
I have a
because of like
shirt.
what their brain.
This sounds weird, but I have a shirt where when I wear it, I do not have a bad day.
Oh yeah, and it's 100% superstition. Like you are seeing patterns that aren't really there. And it is a thing though. It can mess with your brain and become kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy that you didn't wear the lucky shirt and therefore you had an unlucky day.
No, because like when I wear this shirt, I always have a neutral or a lucky day, which is, completely just like probability type stuff there.
Well, right, but it's also like because you're talking about like a lucky, we're gonna say good day or whatever. Um, that a lot of between having a good and a bad day, you can have 2 days that the exact same occurrences happen, but just basically kind of what mindset you're in going into the day. You'll be like, oh hey, that one thing went well, that one thing went bad. It was a good day, and then just in a more negative mindset the next time, it's that one thing went well, that one thing went bad. It was a bad day. Like it's very glass half full, glass half empty.
Yeah.
100% that is the thing.
Oh, yeah, but like I haven't had a day where I've ended up crying while wearing that shirt. And so in my head, I'm like, oh, hey, it's a lucky shirt. Because I cry so often teaching. Like, I don't cry in front of the students, but man, I cry at least once a week. So, another symbol that maybe I should not be continuing to teach.
Teaching is brutal.
Yeah, I don't recommend it. Unless you, like, really, actually, truly have passion for it. Uh-uh. If you're stupid enough to literally take a placebo and still have it work whenever you want better, despite knowing it's a placebo, maybe.
There are studies around that because there is a placebo effect about believing something will. For those, I guess I should probably preface this for people who don't speak English as their main language. The placebo effect is basically the belief that something will help you, and therefore it does. So a placebo, as far as like actual medicine, which is where the term comes from, is just a sugar pill. It's a pill that's just sugar. Maybe they'll have something else to give it a disgusting flavor, so you're more convinced it's real. But you'll take it, and you'll genuinely, legitimately get better, because it is kind of a psychology thing that the convincing that you are getting better actually does help your body legitimately get better.
So, for example, for females, birth control. You have 3 weeks of your medicine, and then the last one that's basically placebo. It will have a tiny, tiny bit of medicine, but not enough to actually do anything to your body, really. And for me, I just take it because, like, it keeps up your timing, right? So you know that you are on the right timing. But that is a thing.
Oh yeah.
Like, you buy, like, a girl will get those birth control pills, and a quarter of it is just placebo sugar pills. Fun fact.
But yeah, it's also one of those things that where I was going with that is there is a phenomena where I can know it is a placebo. Like I can know I am taking a sugar pill, because the idea is you as a person, if you know your treatment is garbage, it'll make it less likely to be successful. It's also those things that you can have legitimate treatment, but if you're very convinced it won't work, it can actually make it less effective. But they have found it's paradox isn't the right word, because it isn't truly a paradox. They have found if you historically have taken medicine, say like it's an allergy medicine that was a placebo, but it did make your allergy be less because of the psychological component. And later on in life, you learn it is a placebo. But now you've got a long history of you take the medicine and you feel better. That even though you know it is a placebo, because there's that trained, when pill take, get better, that repetition, that sometimes it'll still work.
Mm-hmm. Also, War Machine, yes, a lot of it is just for making sure you don't miss one or that you start back up on the normal ones at the right time. Hypnosis only works if you want it to work, yeah. I've been hypnotized before, have you, Real?
No, because I'm wholly unconvinced about like as actual hypnotized. No.
Well, it was like a stage performer dude, right? At like a conference I went to in high school. But I ended up being picked to be one of the people who were on stage and everything. And the thing I didn't expect about it is like, it's honestly just power of suggestion. Like, you still have your own free will. You still can still think and everything. For some reason, I thought like when you're hypnotized, like your brain goes dead. But that's not how it is.
I'm trying to remember. So I don't have like a degree or anything that includes psychology, but I did take a lot of psychologies in college as a personal interest. And I know when we got into there was a segment and it's under the phrase brainwashing, but it's not actually all brainwashing. But I remember hypnosis was in there. And I'm vaguely trying to remember because there was like a whole thing that you have like the first level of quote unquote brainwashing, which is like if you wear purple shirts and I say, "Hey, you look good in that shirt." You know, assuming that we don't have some pre-existing that you don't like me or whatever, you're more likely to wear purple shirts from then on, as that becomes kind of a behavior. You're getting compliments, you know, positive reinforcement, and if there's like nothing insidious about that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way people are. Just the same are like, oh, you know, that shirt doesn't look that good. You'll be more likely to stop wearing that shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that's one. You're not gonna go any like you're not gonna go against your own morals or ethics or anything like that with that type of thing. You know, it's not that strong, but it will change your behavior.
No, what's
Again,
interesting, the whole time I was being hypnotized, I was skeptical as could be, right? Like, I was like, yeah, whatever, I'm not actually hypnotized because I can think straight, right? But the thing that, like, actually got me, like, being like, what? Is at one point they did, like, a whole thing where you smell the person next to you, right? And I was like, whatever, super skeptical about it, but whatever, I'll try. And I was like, oh, the person next to me has to be a girl. This smells like a female. Like, they actually smell decent, right? Because they, like, were saying, oh, well, the person next to you smells amazing, right? And
okay.
I was, like, convinced that I was next to a female who, like, smelled pretty good, but not too strong or whatever. Then when we eventually were told to open our eyes, it was some dude who looked like he would not necessarily smell that great. And I was like, what the heck?
Right, gotcha. So it was suggestion thing where yeah, that's the thing. I actually don't know where that
And
falls in
like
the whole
also
true.
I only wear unscented products. I'm completely unscented, right? And the person who was like told to smell me was like, "Oh, you smell amazing." And I'm just there like, "I don't smell." You know.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely a thing. I remember it's if you've ever been around like ghost stories, camp stories, especially if you're talking like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, you know, tens, twelves, that kind of age group, where you can sit there and you start telling the ghost story. It's like if you look really closely, sometimes you can see it out that back door, and people swear they can see things, and it is because it is messing with your head. You don't actually see or experience the thing, but you convince yourself that you do experience it,
Mhm.
and it's like a whole thing.
No, it's really cool though.
Oh
Our
yeah.
minds can do that.
Yeah, when you're saying hypnosis, my brain is going to the thing where the person like waves the watch in front of you and goes, "Okay, bark like a dog." And like, yeah, it's a bunch of bull.
No, it was more of like a meditation thing. They did have like silly things happen, like the smelling thing. But that was like the weirdest, most out of anyone's comfort thing that they did. Right? Is having us smell each other. That was the weirdest thing they did. So it's still within like a certain level of comfort zone. And what's funny is he actually had a lot of people who were overdoing it go sit back down.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that's part of the reason why it's hard, like especially on the stage show kind of thing. It'd be hard to take any of it seriously because you'll have some people who just want to run with a gag kind of thing.
Oh yeah, and there were people that way in it, and he had those people go sit down. I was shocked when I got brought up on stage because I was like, doo doo doo, you know, super skeptical the whole time.
Yeah, no, like being able to screw with your senses and make you hear, like, make you think you hear things you don't actually see, or think you smell something you don't actually smell, like those kind of things. Yeah, that's 100% a thing.
Yeah, and that was like what made me go, whoa, that's actually super cool. But at the end of the day, the way they did it was much more of a like meditation type focus, which means I was more susceptible because at that point, like in life, I was really into meditation. So Raul, I am a little worried about us not being able to finish this contract.
How so?
Well, I'm just about done. Oh, do we have to bring it back?
Yeah, no, all harvesting contracts,
Oh,
bringing
okay.
it back is the last 20%.
Okay. Then we're good.
Yeah, when I did see it over 80, is like, I don't know, it looks good to me so far. We won't know if we have a problem until we start dropping them off, and then we're at like 92%, one more bale, and just starting to sweat bullets.
Yeah, because this last bale is at 76% in the main chamber and 11 in the pre-chamber, and I'm almost done. So we're not going to get this last bale.
Yeah, no matter what, you won't get the last bale. Usually, the only time you're in too big of a problem is if it's a smaller field. And then you start seeing yourself at like 70-80% when you're done. You're like, oh, that is a lot of cotton stuck in this machine that I'm not going to get credit for.
Mm.
But that's a relatively large field. I mean, it's paying 12,000.
Oh, is this the baler thing? No, you have some other machine here. I think. No, you brought the baler over?
Oh yeah, it's not a yeah, the baler loader.
How do I use it?
So it should have the little arm down on the right.
I
You just
see.
drive up that arm so it bumps into the bale and it will pull it in the back. If you go too fast, you'll just bump it out of the way. Like so far as like if you do them too fast back to back, it takes a moment to load it. I don't know if
Oh,
doing
okay.
the weeding like I'm doing now works, but I'm about to find out. Because the last version of the game, I almost always use the herbicide, and then I'm like, wait, I could do this for free, and it's just a little slower. I like free. It's my favorite price. Nor trying to have students at the same level of intelligence is not really a thing that can be a thing because intelligence, as much as we have like IQs present as a single number, one IQ tests are absolute garbage. And then you'll have like, I will be smarter in one area than another, and then a different will be smart in that. I don't think you could realistically find a way to have all your students at, quote unquote, the same level. It would
There's
be least
also
common denominator at that point.
studies showing that having mixed ability levels in classrooms actually benefits everybody. Like
Yep.
even the high performers, because the high performers then have to teach the lower performers. And so by teaching and explaining, they're actually improving their education and their knowledge more.
For those who don't know, when it comes to the different, I'm going to use the wrong word here, paradigms of teaching. No, as modalities, different modalities of teaching. Teaching is the most, learning. For modalities of learning, teaching someone is the highest rate of retention of information so far as learning. So if I take the time to teach someone a subject, I am more likely to retain that information than literally any other way. Gets into teaching theory and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So this does count if I just go over really fast with the hoe to get rid of the weeds. No, but that's like we were just saying, Nor. Literally, if you did that, where I got everyone at exactly the equivalent level in science, it would actually hurt the higher performers as well as the lower performers by having just people of the same one. Like, there is benefit in having people at different skill levels. Now, there's certainly a problem, like, if you've got one student who is just wildly outperforming all the others and they're bored to death in the class because of it, that's certainly a problem.
And it does happen, and you can't stop it either.
But then there's also a benefit them in not always getting what they want and all that kind of stuff too, having to demonstrate certain levels of patience. There's like, that gets down into more behavioral considerations and all that.
Oh, I encourage my students to teach each other. They get upset though. They'll be like, I don't know how to teach. And I'll be like, just explain what you did and how you did it and why. And then they'll like actually get their classmate to understand, and the like look of achievement on the kid who was teaching's face is incredible.
Oh yeah, and a lot of times they can actually take it. So, like, you know, if you're teaching, you're coming from a different generation than the student 9 out of 10 times when you're talking like school situations. That
How do I know if
like
I'm
different?
in
It's
my
like it's a
spot?
technical stuff.
Oh well, I'll figure it out. I don't know if I was supposed to unload the bales here. It's not doing anything.
Um,
I'll get out
trying
of
to
the
see where you
car.
are. No. That's for loose stuff. Where is it here that has... There'll be some place that'll be like a stripe, like a caution tape striped outline.
Oh, this then. Okay.
Yeah. So you just have to pick the bales, put them on your side.
I was hoping I could actually pick them up myself, but it doesn't look like I can. It says click to pick up object, but
It's too heavy. It has to be under, I think it's 200 kilograms, which you can pick up, and those are 2 tons.
Well, I'll come back around.
Yeah, I still just disagree, Norb. I think there's a lot of benefit in putting people together, especially on the introductory level. When you start to get to like the advanced thing, so like calculus versus pre-cal versus advanced calculus. Yeah, no, sure, you have a point. But we're talking like introductory to math, lit, that kind of thing. You're probably better off just putting them all together kind of thing.
Raul, do you want to take over?
Sure.
I just brought myself somewhere else. At our field, I think. No. Yes.
Different maps take, you know, in different places. Like there's an East Asian map. There is a, this is the US map. There's a European map. That's the thing though. You see, realism in video games, when it's boring, isn't something you should include. And so they don't. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff that they get rid of. Or not get rid of, they just don't implement. It's a lot of effort for literally nothing of value. Because in the real world, we have to worry about, you know, falling down and getting seriously hurt and yada yada. But video games, where your character doesn't even have a health bar, doesn't matter.
No.
But yeah, this map would be Southeast US, you know, hand wavy vaguely.
I let you fix it because I was not. It was gonna take me forever.
No, that's fine. Usually, the only thing that would have made it easier for you is I just looped around the other direction so that the arm was in the correct side for what you're trying to do.
Oh yeah, they disappeared. No.
Was it
Roll.
only the 3?
Yeah.
No, not like this.
There's like a tiny bit in
can-
the harvester, but we can't take it out, can we?
We can fix this. This is probably not the best solution. Where's the next contract that's worth way less? There's another cotton hunt contract here.
Unless we can take out the bale before it's ready.
No, there's some you can, some you can't, but this one you can't. So I took another contract for cotton. So we can go down there.
Oh my gosh, it's on the other end of the map.
I should have checked that first.
Is there one for field 42? You could just get rid of it. 41 or 49, I mean.
I believe
There's
I
a
believe
full
coal with the other cotton, you can, I believe. But I believe this specific one, you can try it. It is, oh man, what the heck is the normal button? Might be
there's one for 41. There's one for 41.
Field 41?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, taking their contract, this will probably do that too. Okay.
Oh, you took it, okay. This field right here has like a pretty drawing on it. 42.
Oh, it's like it was a corn maze or something, and it's just, you know, the corn's dying. Or sunflowers, that's what's there. So it's a sunflower maze.
I need to turn on, huh? Yeah, because once this fills up, we can just turn it in that one and get rid of this one. Because this one's not worth much, right?
I mean, 4,000 is still good money.
Yeah, but we're not going to be able to get it, considering.
Oh no, so when you multiple contract, you can kind of double dip.
Oh, okay.
I remember that was almost full, so I'm just tailing you, trying, getting ready to grab it.
It's going to be a hot minute. I'd go do something else if I were you.
Okay,
Get rid of that field 7, I'd say.
the problem is we already have 3 contracts.
Yeah, get rid of the field 7 one.
I can't, like, I remember there's a thing that if you quit harvest contracts early, sometimes you get penalized. I think we'll be fine, but I'm paranoid.
Just do it.
Alright, field 7. Okay, we were not dinged.
No, we're not going to run on them. We were talking about it, but we're not going to.
Yeah, no, it's, not Char. Basically the thing is, some machines, yes, some machines, no. And the problem is the machine we have is a no. We can't kick it out earlier. But there are ones you can.
And this machine's leased as well as our issue. It's not like we picked this machine, you know? Pyramid schemes, what? Oh, I get it, I get it.
Yes, Andy.
This sunflower seed behind us, like, field, the sunflowers are so pretty.
Problem is, so many of these remaining contracts aren't really that good. Like, a lot of them, it's like, that one's 1,500, but the lease costs like 800-900. Well, I'm not doing that work for that little pay.
Did you seed our,
I did seed our field, and then I have done the thing to prevent the weeds from growing in.
Okay, so then we could just skip time, right?
When you're done.
Mm-hmm.
If we go past midnight, then you fail that contract. Because we have to do it this in-game day. I could do the logs real fast. Construction contractors do it all the time, it's fine. Yeah, exactly.
Multi-level marketing. Dude, I've watched like an anti-MLM YouTuber to go to bed every night. I'm not even joking. Well, I've gotten one bale. Gonna end up in the middle of the road, but I'm sure that's fine.
Yeah, we'll still want to, I think. So we're not gonna just not get the money from the second one. I think we'll actually get penalized for the crops that we don't turn in, which is the reason I grabbed the 3. But we can try to get at least one more bale out of that other field, and see if that's enough to satisfy it. If not, then it is what it is. We'll still make more money because we'll, make the 12 and then get dinged whatever the difference is from the second field. That's the reason I normally don't take the cotton contracts, but that one is like 12,000. It's a nice big field. We should be fine.
Oh, that we just barely weren't.
Right, and that's the whole danger with it is that there's a second cotton harvest that puts out square bales. That one you can kick them out early. It's just that one harvester. It's like, no. All or nothing.
Yeah, I don't even know if we're gonna get another one from this one. Yeah, I don't know why they leave you short. It is a little bit silly on the game's end.
Yeah, no, Shield. It's one of those things that the devs just need to go through and put some more logic into it. Because the way they dealt with it is they basically said, all right, how much does the field produce? I don't know what the percent is, so don't quote me on the percent. But it's like, okay, you can get 10,000 liters of cotton out of this field, whatever the amount is. And then, all right, if you can get 10,000, as long as the player gets 8, that's good enough. But it doesn't take into consideration just how ridiculously large the cotton bales are.
Yeah. Hey Yuko, how was raid? Oh, share chat is amazing for collaborations. Hi Milu. I think you fertilize after planting. That's more of a role question. I mean, you did ask in his chat, so.
Yes, we could fertilize the field right now. It should have one pass of fertilizer. Sorry. We might be able to fertilize right now. I actually don't know. We have the first pass because the seeder I grab fertilizes as it goes, but you can do 2 rounds of fertilizer in a field before you're wasting your time doing more.
1 to 3% error on the end over under. Well, I think is they already have that, but they just didn't add extra for the fact of What they should do is calculate how many bales they can make on one go. And just have it be that number of bales. Instead, they're going with volume.
Right, and that's what I think it needs to do, is they need to make special rules just for the bale-based things. That they do the over-under kind of thing. And you just go, how many full bales will you be able to get? And that's all you're required. Which, granted, it'll get to that weirdness of, like, the cotton, for example, where you'll have, like, a third of the field you haven't picked up or more. It's like, nope, you finished. You got all your bales.
Yeah, but they kind of have to, you know?
Yeah, no, they do.
Or just make it so that you only do fields where you would get that full bale.
Yeah, somehow fudge the numbers and be like, okay, yeah, this field is only fertilized to 50%, but we're just going to wink, wink, nudge, nudge it up to 70% for the purpose of getting enough out, and then have to pad it out by 1% for where you make mistakes and all that, within reason. I'd probably just, I think the laziest way is like, okay, each one of these bales is 2,000 liters or whatever it is. You're going to get a total of 3 out of this field. You know, or rather, minus the 20%, whatever it is.
I agree, you just can't do partial bales with this specific thing, is how it works.
Right.
Norb. We use equipment when it has the case harvester. Well, I do have that bale for you, Raul, whenever you finish your current contract.
Yeah, I'm just dropping off the logs. It's a contract trying to pick up logs and all that.
That makes sense, and it isn't necessarily the best, but it's what we got, you know? Also, just out of curiosity, Raul, at what point will you be wanting to swap over?
Probably like 11:30 my time, so what time is it?
How long into the stream? Can you just give me that hour?
Basically we have about an hour and a half, somewhere around there.
Okay, yeah. Cool.
I had this like weird situation with the crane where I had folded it up, and it's got like little braces on the side so it doesn't roll over. And so the arm folded up, but the braces stayed out, and I was getting really confused about what to do with it. End up having to like cycle it twice to get it to sort itself out.
Yeah, I straight up do not think I'm gonna get another case out of this field.
Gotcha. No, if you don't think you're getting another, don't even worry about it. Just hop over into the truck and drop off what you got.
Okay.
And it will take... If we see that it fills up the Field 41 contract 20%, then we should finish the field, because that means it'll be enough to finish it. If it goes less than that, we just accept, take the L on the second field and get our big payday and lose the little one.
No, because the thing is the second bale isn't even half ready.
Yeah, and you're over halfway through the field.
By a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not, but...
Yeah. No, you are, because the field, you can tell by the completion progress, goes at 80%. So you're at 53% of 80, of that 80% kind of thing. So that's, what, 60% or something like that?
Yeah, and the baler's at less than 25%. Or just barely over 25.
Oh yeah, no, that's totally doomed.
Mm-hmm.
Did you turn it in?
Just did. And nothing happened.
It advanced this field forward, but
There's nothing left on... Did I...
it only gave us 1%.
I know, and I didn't miss anything on the other field.
No, it only counted like 1% towards that field, and the rest it counted towards this one. There is another cotton field here. There's a good chance we knock out a couple contracts. Might get added to the list of contracts.
Ugh. I feel like it's kind of a lost cause. I don't know. It's feeling a bit like a lost cause to me. I think we might have to just take the L.
I think the problem is we're gonna lose like $20,000 or something if we do take the L. No, unfortunately, this one with harvest contracts, you get penalized severely when you have one. There is another cotton field. It's not as big that I might try to do. See if we can't push this up to it.
Man, that's brutal.
If you want to grab another contract in the meantime, I'll spare you dealing with all this.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I'm a little done with this contract.
Yeah.
But don't you need that third one? Is the thing?
Not yet. Like, I'll need it when I'm done with this field. The big thing to watch is when you look at the contracts where it has, like, there is a price to lease stuff. There are some of the really cheap contracts, the price to lease will be higher than the payout and you'll lose money. That's the only thing to watch.
I'm just curious, if I look at 38, yeah, I see nothing that says ready to harvest. Like, it's all 100% purple.
You know, 38, you got that done. It's just the bale things.
What is this harvesting? How do I know what it's harvesting? Do I have to go look at the field and see what it is?
No, if you look at the contract, it's usually the very bottom.
Oh, how are parsnips?
Pretty rough.
Okay.
It's a completable contract, just the harvesting header is very small.
How's stone picking?
It's slow, but it's not bad.
How's wood transport?
Wood transport it can go very quickly once you get the hang of it. I think you should do it. Okay. It'll be very entertaining for your chat.
Oh no. Okay. I'm scared. Do I need to grab that stuff?
Did you borrow the thing?
I don't think I need those two, like, chunks of things. I think those are boxes of supplies for something else.
I have no idea what you've got over there. It's fine.
Pallets that we own. Fertilizer and seeds. Yeah, I don't need those.
Oh, you jumped in the wrong vehicle. That's the stuff I was working in our field with.
No, there's some more over at the shop. Okay, bottom of the map.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Those are partial boxes because I filled up the cedar thing as much as I could.
Oh.
Alright, we might actually finish the Okay, we finished the second contract.
How?
Because when we sold, it was enough to count. So that's that one done. Which unfortunately I couldn't get more of the field, but that's okay.
Oh, this truck goes way too fast for my abilities.
You haven't messaged me. Did you decide on dinner yet?
Huh?
Did you decide on dinner yet? I've been waiting.
Your Sammys, I told you.
What do you mean?
You were making your Sammys.
I was?
Yeah, you are. Ooh.
Try one. I need you to
Oh,
test for me real quick.
okay. I crashed, but it's fine.
That's fine. I cooked them differently.
Mm-hmm. Can you take care of the
that was
cat?
definitely the right side.
Did you use all that chicken?
Yeah, I did use all the chicken. Love you.
Thought I'd bring you some.
Thank
How
you.
was it?
It's really good.
Uh-oh.
Love you. Okay, let's see how bad my crash was.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, you can actually weirdly get a lot of progress out of double. I mean, unless they change something. So, like, you could take 3 contracts for sorghum or whatever, and as long as you took the time to harvest as much of it as you could before turning any of it in, so that all the contracts are live, you can weirdly have, like, 1 contract double dip and all that kind of stuff, and it's not a huge amount of money. It's not like you're getting double pay or anything absolutely ludicrous, but you do manage to squeeze out like an extra 5-10% of the money.
That's pretty good. Oh, hi! I am driving in first person. Because there was like no
It depends,
visibility.
Jaywalker. Like, it was weird that it applied at that ratio and all that. Sometimes it'll apply them at different amounts and whatnot. So it's sometimes hard to tell how it's going to turn out. Now, real concern is if this field isn't big enough to give me a bale by itself. That would be garbage. I think it is, though.
Ugh, AI.
We are on Riverbend. I'm just really trying to avoid the penalty. One thing I could potentially do, if I really don't think it's going to make it, I get 1 bale out of this, I can get 1 bale out of this, cancel the contract, eat the penalty for the crappy field, and then take the leftovers and make sure it all applies to the other field. So there is ways to salvage it where at least we make a decent amount of money and not lose. Like that's the things I got in a lot of trouble when I was doing my first map when this came out. Was I ate a contract. I think I lost like $20,000 on it.
Jeez.
Because I'd taken the time to do all the work and almost dropped everything off, but didn't quite finish and ran out of time.
Alright. Now to find this wood. Oh, it's over here. Okay. Now figure out how this equipment works. What's a tension belt?
Tension belt? It's a belt that goes to two different pulleys that is it's under tension. I mean, I don't know what the context we're looking for here. Usually it's in cars and other machines for handling stuff like your serpentine belt and all that in your car for like managing your AC and power steering and whatnot.
Oh, this is weird controls. Oh man, these controls are something else.
Like, so you can hear you, or not hear you, so you can see what you're saying as well, Atlas. Knows anything about hardship? Do you mean hardship shipbreaker, or... Because it'd be weird to ask someone, have you ever experienced pain? What about trauma or suffering? Hardship letter?
I don't know what that means.
Don't know what you're talking about, Atlas. I don't know what that means. Maybe translation issue?
Alright.
Oh, a loan application letter? That's a real random thing to ask someone if they have experience in. I mean, I've gotten a mortgage and a car loan at different points in my life. Oh, financial hardship, where you're able to get like either a grant or a loan or something like that for when you've suffered a particularly difficult situation or whatever, you know, to help you through things. Like yeah. I haven't done anything like that myself.
Now what? Okay, I grabbed the wood. What do I do now?
Once it's all loaded in the truck.
No, I've grabbed some wood. With the thing. How do I make it go in?
Okay, so you hold left mouse button. Oh, I mean, if you grab the wood, you've already figured out how to move the arm.
Yeah, it's in the claw. How do I make the claw go tight?
Oh, left mouse button at the same time. One will make it rotate, one will make it open and close. Like, so far as the axes, you move up and down, left and right. It's one of those things you just fumble through till you get the hang of it.
What? No, none of this is helping me.
I'm assuming the direction for that was a hardship loan to replace the credit card debt, because I assume a hardship loan is lower interest. I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Can you help for just half a second here?
Alright, I'll be there in just a moment. Let me just finish this row. Okay. So yeah, so you got the claw in the right place.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to hop in.
Mm-hmm.
So you should be able to like just mash that claw. You don't need to like try and jam in there, but you know, push the claw down. Oh, you'll probably want to grab him a little bit closer to center.
It was closer
help you
to
out.
center.
Yeah. Like, what I mean center, I mean like where I'm standing, not like left to right. I mean lengthwise.
Oh.
Yeah, it'll take It takes a little getting used to this. If it feels like it's taking you a bajillion mouse movements to get anywhere, you can turn up the mouse sensitivity in your controls for the machines themselves. There you go. That's a good spot. And once you might have to like open the claw slightly.
I don't know how to close and open the claw.
Hold left and mouse button, right mouse button at the same time.
Oh!
Yeah, I'm sorry if I didn't broadcast. I had said that. I'm not sure if... Yeah, so one rotates and the other opens and closes. Alright, let's all watch, see how this goes.
Well, I have an issue.
That's because you're pushing down on the logs and you're pushing yourself away from them.
Okay.
Seems like you got it.
I feel like it'd be a bit scary being in this thing here.
Oh, it'd be terrifying. As much as that thing's swinging around, you'd have someone, like, whoever your spotter is near the truck, just screaming at you to stop. That's the way it works with all of us. Because, like, I can pick up 5 of these. What could possibly go wrong? And you can. It's real dicey, though.
Just gonna wiggle my mouse a little. Then we're just gonna open the claw. I did not put that in very pretty. Does it need to be pretty?
No. As long as you can fit it in there, it works. That didn't look like a particularly huge stack. Sometimes you get some really big stacks where you have to be a little bit more careful just because you don't want to two-trip it. But they do get to one where you actually have 2 trailers you'll drag behind you. So you just have a ton of logs. They used to pay amazingly. When the 25 first came out, it was one of the most lucrative things. You do a mission like that, it'd pay you 12,000.
Mm.
I think this will work out because I think this entire field was about half a bale, and we're gonna just barely get the last bale out of it, which means we should get the full credit for the field, and I only need the 2%, so we might be able to finish both of these fields and have it just about right. Ours looks like a little past its prime. Which one? I mean, this is cotton, so it is supposed to be white and fluffy. The one across the sunflowers, yeah, that thing looks super sad. The sunflowers over there look okay.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. That's definitely what you want to hear, right?
I was gonna say, I wasn't worried until I heard that. When someone's like, I have no idea what I'm doing, you know they're gonna be careful. When they're like, I know what I'm doing, it's like, oh no. They're just gonna go for it.
I'm using physics for a second here, don't mind me.
That sounds like learning. Oh, it's your contrast settings? Yeah, no, the field looked fine here. Some of the crops actually will look really brown when they're ready. Like I want to say sunflowers in this game, when you go to harvest them, you don't harvest them while the petals look all good because you want the seeds. You wait till they're all wilty and sad.
Orange.
I can certainly not say a thing about the log stacking. For people who checked out when I played 22 at the beginning, I did a map called Silver on Mountain that's all about logging and all that. And those semis I loaded, a lot of them were super cursed. No, Jaywalker. Because it got, like, basically the whole field into just one bale, I do think we'll be okay. And if not, then I'll feel pretty dumb.
Well, this is not going great, but for some reason it's working. So I'm just not gonna question it too hard.
Both contracts done and got a sweet $10,000 pocket money on top of it. Not counting even the contract money.
Chat, don't look. Don't look. Everything's okay. I swear, everything is okay. Okay, I'm just gonna drop them and see what happens. No, it needs to be like this more. No, not like that. Yeah.
Oh, I can grow wheat this month. Okay. I panicked there for a moment. I was like, wait a second.
Beautiful.
I was going to plant barley, and I forgot to switch it. I was like, oh no, did I mess up? I was like, oh no, apparently I could also grow wheat today. So we're good. Because normally you try and plant something out of season, it just goes, no. Wrong season, try again. Because for $58,000 in our pocket now, I want to see if I can get a second one of these plots of land.
Do it. I'm gonna be here for a little bit.
Yeah, that grass is mostly already mowed, so I'm not going to worry about it. We're just going to cultivate it into non-existence. Oh yeah, no, Jaywalker, that's the thing. Like, I kind of did the head math where I was like, okay, we got, like, I even looked and said, it's like, alright, I have, for the next bale, I had, like, I can't remember what the percent was. It was something like 15% of the first phase. I'm like, alright, so if my math is right, you know, only a tiny bit of this to be for the next bale. So if we consider the last bale, I'm going to get most of that will be applied to the new field. And then it'll be all caught up, and it's like, alright, that should be okay.
Roll, I'm getting the hang of it, I swear.
Oh yeah, no, it takes a while. Like, I absolutely did terrible things the first time when I messed with that. I think everyone does. Everyone struggles really hard when they first start messing with that. But it's one of those things that it's worth going through it too. And a big reason why it's worth going through is because a lot of the machines will have some similarity in how they work. Even if they're not quite as many different axes as you have to deal with that one. So, like, you learn that, and you can figure out a forklift really easy, and you can figure out whatever other machine, like, you can figure out the tree cutter really easy, because they're all very similar. Yeah, so we're not growing barley, we're growing wheat. I thought I was trying to grow barley, I just forgot to change my seeds, but apparently wheat's fine too.
I meant to grab more than 2, but that's fine.
Can you game over this? No. No matter what you run into, you can always lease equipment for contracts, which means you can never get yourself into an unrecoverable state normally. Now, technically, if you maxed out all of your loans to the absolute maximum humanly possible, you could probably get yourself into a state it would be pretty miserable to try and come back from, but not really undoable. Because even if you had negative money, you can still take contracts. There's no lose condition. Now, if you're doing a custom map that doesn't have contracts, then yes, technically you could, if you really messed up, max out all your loans, spend all the money and make nothing from it, and then, you know, just lease everything till you run out of money kind of thing. Yeah, as Norb's saying, the maximum loan is like $3 million and only about 9K interest a month, which is a lot. But on any of the normal maps, that would be a thing you could do. It'd just be eating a lot of your money every day, just going into loan payments. I'd actually debated once doing a challenge one where you started out with maxed out loans and only the minimal to get off the ground for it. I opted not to because it's just one of those things that yeah, I could do it, but is that actually fun? You know, would it be entertaining? It's no. I wouldn't mind the repetition, but from viewing side, it'd be okay, and then I just ground till I wasn't in debt anymore. Going well?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. Everything's fine. This is really tedious.
So that is one of those contracts when you're first learning it is really rough. Like I said, you can turn up the mouse sensitivity for just those that arm kind of thing independently.
I'm gonna try on controller.
I know there are people who really like it. There's also people who can't stand it. It is well as extreme views on that one, but that I know a couple people who when they do that specific machine, they will break out the controller.
Oh. Okay. Oh, that's easier. That makes way more sense.
Oh, imagine if hooking up a trailer was that easy in real life. Yeah, you just kind of slam the tractor into it and it just magics itself on, not needing 3 or 4 people to lift it into place and then, you know, do all the attachment points and plug the wires together and all that kind of stuff. Uh-huh.
Oh, this is so much simpler, Raw.
Oh, going by the controller?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, like I said, I've heard a lot of people who absolutely love the controller. Yeah, no, I know, I want to say that the actual semis, they just have like that pad, and as long as you line it up where it has the thing, it kind of falls into place. And then you raise and lower it kind of thing. But, I've never done that in real life. I've just seen it. I know they have like cable, you'd get to there and you'd connect the cables from the back of the truck to the trailer so that the lights work, like your reverse lights and brake lights and all that.
Yeah, controller is night and day with this, though.
Hey, do what works for you. Yeah, no, I imagine Orange it's probably that way. But yeah, I've heard dealing with the equipment on some of these tractors and all that is not, like, some of it is really well set up and easy to hook up, and some of it's a whole thing. But like in real life, you know, you're not gonna attach a piece of equipment, use it for like an hour or two, and then put it back in the shop for the year. Like in real life, you're gonna be sitting there where you hook up, you hook up your plow, and you'll probably spend the next couple of days plowing fields. Days or weeks or whatever. It's going good, Rice.
I feel like I'm really learning a lot, though, as I do this.
Oh, it does. It gives you a lot of respect for a lot of these things. Like, it is a phenomena with like any type of job you're dealing with from the outside, even if you know it's a complicated job, that the job always seems way easier, simpler, whatever you want to go, than it really is.
Oh my gosh.
Because you just don't know all the detail. And then you sit down there and see like just all that goes into that job, and you're like, oh my god, how does anyone do this? But it's like it's true of anything. Like, just the same as, people from the outside who haven't taught, they're like, oh, you just stand for a class, you just say some words, and it all goes fine. And you're like, yeah, you don't. You literally don't understand 10% of the job.
No, most of the job is just getting the kids to listen.
I mean, even, like, I know they're pretty rigid with your lesson plans. I had to come up with mine from basically scratch.
Oh, mine are from scratch, too.
Okay, I thought maybe
No,
I
I
was
don't
talking to
have a
someone else that...
textbook.
Ah, okay. There's someone else I was talking to that they were like, oh yeah, I'd love to teach them differently, but like, this thing I'm structured and required to teach them exactly like this. I'm like, what?
Like, I have to teach them specific things,
Right.
but I have to come up with a lesson all on my own.
Okay, that's... I wonder who it was I was talking to that, like, literally they had the plans all there, so basically their job was to babysit the students and walk through that. And I was like, that sounds so much worse than making your own lesson plan, because sure, it's a hell of a lot of work, but you get to get a feel for your students and all that and adapt and yada yada. Versus, if they say, here's the lesson plan, like, this isn't going to match with my students at all. It's like, well, that's unfortunate, and then you get to teach it that way anyway.
Well, do you want to take over?
I'm busy. I actually already did one of those in this in-game day. I can help with it in a minute. I'm in the middle of seeding this field and I'll lose my place. I'm not doing a great job of it as is. Proud owner of the Factorio Speed Run Achievement in under 38 hours. Nice. I haven't even begun to tackle figuring that out.
What?
And teaching-wise, Suwey teaches high school math, and historically I've taught software development, PC repair, advanced PC repair, CompTIA A+ certification, and a bunch of other things like cloud computing and yada yada. So I was college level, and she's high school level.
Raul, I'm not really a fan of this job.
That's fine. Like I said, as soon as I'm done here, I will switch over to get that knocked out real quick.
I gave it a shot, but I don't like it.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, as soon as I'm done with this job, I will. I mean, it's not a job; it's our own field. As soon as I am done here, I will work on that. Yeah, I think I have. Not sure if it's the last 3 or 2 rows.
No. No.
Unfortunately, at least here in the U.S., a lot of teachers don't get paid vacation at all.
No, we don't.
They basically take part of the money that they would be do earn during like the fall and all that. And some of them will have like a formal process, some won't. That they could then take that money and they basically get paid more gradually, so that it is available in their off season.
Yep. How's there no textbook? Our district decided not to adopt one. That's why.
Yeah, so unfortunately, if you're teaching, if you don't have one of those programs, you got to be really on the ball with your budgeting. Because that means you get paid. It's the same thing as like getting paid monthly versus like bi-weekly. It's the same kind of problem where if you get paid once a month, it's really easy to burn through that money ahead of time, and then you start getting to later end of the month and go, oh wait, I overspent. And you're just hosed because no more money's coming for a while.
Hi.
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 Yep, and I believe when I finish this road, there's one more process that needs to be done with this field. The other one's already done. And I can hand that over for you to do, because that's an easy one. It's a real fast one, too.
You missed a teeny tiny spot.
You're going to need to be more specific.
Behind you.
You're going to need to be more specific.
Keep going that way. Right there.
Are you standing on it?
No, I can.
Where?
Right behind you. Like, just back up a tiny bit. There's just a small spot you missed.
I don't see it.
It's
You're
gone.
standing on it? Oh, yeah. No, if it's just like a texture thing, that might not actually be something. Here, so what I'm going to quickly do, I'm going to drive this over here, because this is leased. If I leave the fertilizer in it, they take it from us, and it's mine. I paid for it, so I'm keeping it. And over here somewhere, there's the hoe. It looks like some brushes. And what you want to do is you will want to do a pass in that field I was just doing.
Mm-hmm. That sounds about right, Rice. No, I got to opt to have them take like $400 out of my paycheck every month so that I can have money in the summer. And yeah, we don't have a textbook. We have a curriculum and stuff and like a bunch of documentation. And then they do have like suggested lessons and stuff. But I would spend so much time going through it if I tried to go through it. I pretty much just go look at the test and figure out what I need to cover. It's not ideal. I wish we had a textbook. Are you liking the contract that I was working on or all?
Oh, I do these ones a lot. There's no biggie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they pay really well for... Well, I mean, they don't pay as well as they used to. They used to pay really well. They pay okay now.
You are so fast at that. That is not fair.
I turned the mouse sensitivity to the moon. Not sure what to do with this one in the back that you got sideways, though. I'll admit, that one's a bit of a trick.
You're just got to draw. Oh, there's one on the ground right here, by the way.
Alright, 1 second, didn't see it. Yeah, no, I did Norb, but the one in the back there is far enough back, it's not getting caught by the fasteners.
Dude, you have so much precision with that.
I have done this a lot.
Looking at the load secure bait.
I don't like how aggressively they're vibrating in there.
Just press the fasten and go.
Did you do the thing with the mower? Or the tractor?
What thing? What am I supposed to do with this?
The tractor has a thing that looks like 2 brushes hooked up to the back of it.
Mm-hmm.
We just need to, that little field that's right next to, we just need to go past that field with it. Just do it 1 pass. What is this thing doing right now? It's probably fine and slightly cursed.
This is a big thing. Oh, there's an AI worker on it. Go away.
I have 0 confidence this log in the back is staying there before... Like, it'll pop free and then it'll put on correctly. Where am I going with this? Oh, good. Like, halfway across the map.
You can see why I rage quit it.
No, that's fine. I've done worse. Like, there's the Asian map, the East Asian map, and I did a lot of these contracts to help me fund my early game. Because like I said, these used to be extremely lucrative contracts, the log ones. They're still good, but they were amazing before. I'm going the other way. I'm not gonna fight where I can't see through. There, it popped off. All right, let's pick up that tree and get it loaded.
Hey, Levick, how's it going? I forgot how great SSDs are. They're so good. You're the admin guy? Hard to see what you've done and haven't done on this.
Yeah. That is one downside.
That's assuming I'm even doing this right.
That is one thing of some of those jobs. Some of those are the kind of jobs I hand over to the AI. Because the AI just knows.
I got it. No, not there. Can I look at the map and see? No, I cannot.
Yeah, I don't think you can with that one. There is some jobs like fertilizer in that you can. I don't think the weeding shows. I could be wrong. It's usually not as bad during the daytime. It's just, you know, time catches up.
Well, I think I got it all.
No problem. I'm on my way back
Is
to
this
drop off the logs.
leased or owned?
All of that is leased.
I think you can return it now.
Yeah, so, yeah, I can do that. I'm actually curious if we should hold on to the tractor for the next in-game day and then do a pass of fertilizer tomorrow in-game day.
Do it.
Yeah, we can do that.
Not sure why we're weeding so much. We'd show up on the map. I don't know.
Oh, Norb, it's, once you, planted, if you don't do the weeding, you'll get weeds the next day. We're just doing it preemptively, where we do the run with the weeds and the weeds just won't grow. So we just don't have to worry about them.
Well, I'm ready for us to move to the next day when you are.
Yep, just gotta drop off the logs.
How's that
It's
going?
uphill the whole way. Oh, no, it's the cruise control set to nothing. I see. I was like, man, this thing's really struggling on this hill.
Wait, that's not you. Don't worry, I'm not stalking you.
It's okay.
I'm not stalking you.
I mean, it'll be tricky to keep up when I'm going at least 30 almost the whole way, if not faster.
Little does he know I can teleport, and he cannot.
Morgan Freeman, she was indeed stalking him.
Oh!
What did we learn?
That the world is just an empty top and the rest is empty. This is the shell on top and the rest is nothingness.
The world is empty. Ah, so we've learned nihilism. I understand.
Free! Free falling! And for your reference's sake, I am outside of the map.
I saw your name go down. I'm like, there's nothing down there, so that'll be interesting. I was actually expecting it to just shove you out of the way, because that's what it normally does.
No, I'm underground. Which, aka, I'm in the skybox. Falling down. I don't even know where Rawl is right now. Oh. Nothing a little
And
a
contract
little bit
done.
of teleportation magic can't fix.
Yep, and next day arrives momentarily.
How's our fields doing?
Oh, I didn't cancel lease on any of those things, so we paid for them again.
It needs rolling. What does rolling mean?
So you don't actually have to roll. Weirdly, they're all showing as 100% fertilized, so I don't need to fertilize these.
They are 100% fertilized, yeah.
So what we're going to go ahead and do is return all those leases. Because I sure don't want to pay for leases we're not using.
You did, Orange.
Yep.
You can crouch?
Yeah, that's my push to talk. I have to use the restroom fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and all that good stuff.
Okay,
in the
bye.
meantime, it'll be, contracts, what we can do today.
Okay, I'll go
Yeah,
find a
bye.
contract. Let's see here. 7,000 for bale wrapping. Alright, let's do it. Do I know anything about bale wrapping? No. I think I did have 19 though. Whoop. Well, this tractor has a lot of handling to it. Orange. What? Connect. No. Got it. Where am I going? 84? Ah, nice and close by. I like how we're just having a Panic at the Disco songs now. Like, that wasn't even what this was. And now you guys have decided to do Panic at the Disco, which, I mean, valid. Valid. I think I've seen them live. I don't know. No, I don't think so. No, I saw Fall Out Boy live, not Panic. I don't think so. How is Rawl running when he's on BRB?
I just got back. Doing some bale wrapping.
Mhm. It's a really, really lucrative one.
Yep, that looks pretty good. What can I work on in the meantime? All the harvest contracts are hot garbage is what they are.
No, you.
There are not many good contracts today.
No, that's why I picked this.
Yeah, that one's not bad. Yeah, because like some of these ones, like the cultivating, it's like $2,300. Oh, I'm gonna spend $800 of that 23 on the lease.
Nice. Have a great lurk, Cold.
Yeah, the plowing, I mean, it's not, I mean, well, it's good. Take a little, we'll try it. I usually don't take the plowing ones because they usually take a while. It's not that big a field, it's 4 acres.
Field wrapping's kind of a weird one.
Yeah. The bale wrapping, like, if you actually get into bale wrapping in the, with your own equipment, when you bale wrap with your own equipment, you make a bunch of money off that. Like, be pretty valuable.
Probably why the contract pays so much.
Yeah, it's basically like where we had the grass earlier. If we got a bale wrapper to go with it as well, instead of getting the money from the grass, you could bale wrap it and turn to what's known as silage. It's fermented grass, which is animal feed. And they make pretty decent money. If you're wondering why the parsnips are bad, parsnips, carrots, and red beets, it's because of a couple things. The first thing, I'm just making sure I'm on the right road. The first thing is, if you get the really smaller harvesters, we're talking here. I can show you real fast. I'm gonna get to this field. I'm gonna give the plow to the AI for a minute. I'll go through it all because there's two basically different, distinct problems you run into with the root crop. That is why they're so. I'll even go to say as reviled, is how a lot of people feel about them. Just getting this into position first before I pull up screens and start showing things. So yeah, if we actually look at the thing for harvesting, there's two big problems you get into. Let me find the root vegetables down here. The first thing is we look at the little harvester here. That is a 0.8 meter width harvesting header. 0.8. 0.8. By comparison, if we're to check another crop, so like what we have on these harvesters here, literally the smallest harvester you can find, that's a foraging wagon, that's a bad example. Literally the smallest harvester you can find for like grain is 6 meters. So 0.8 versus 6 meters. So that's one major factor. Is that for the really little ones, they're really little. They're like really, really appallingly little. Added on there, you'll notice with this one as well, what'll happen is you actually have to buy a crate, put it on the back, it fills it up, and then you kick the crate off the back, and then you get another crate and you repeat that process. Which means you have to go through and forklift all of those crates back onto a trailer, or, you know, use mods or whatever like that. So there's a whole extra step you have to do to get those goods. They actually pay relatively okay, by the way, but it's very laborious. But then we go to these larger ones. That one actually does have an internal reservoir, but it's a very small reservoir inside of this that you kind of need two people. Like, here's the big one. You'll notice it doesn't have any amount of stuff it keeps inside, and even the giant monolithic large one is only 3 meters wide. So half as wide as the smallest from your other crop. But it has no capacity inside the machine for holding carrots and parsnip itself. So you need to have a second player sitting there with you the whole way, or you physically cannot harvest it.
Sounds very annoying.
It's appalling. And if you're playing on your own, it means you have to have the AI do it. So you can't let the AI... They won't follow along in the trailer, which means you have to hand the trailer over to the AI. And that's fine, whatever. But the AI won't move forward at all unless you're in position, which works fine in the straightaways, but then you hit a turn and there's no getting that to work nicely. Generally, most people, if they are going to do those crops, what they will do is they will get a mod that adds an internal storage into the harvester, and then that's fine, because then the AI will just truck along, and it's just like where you were doing the wheat, where you just go into your trailer, like, to the harvester's mostly full, and then you top off the trailer, that kind of thing, and that's not too bad. But yeah, no, it pays really well. Like, I have my, like, list of the crops that pay the best, and, like, of the top 6, I think, like, 3 of them are the root crop. But it's very laborious. So it's profitable, but it's not fun.
And at the end of the day, we're playing a game, not real life.
Hey, Luke, why are you sending binary at me?
That's so random. What does it translate to?
I mean, it's binary. Those are numbers.
No, but binary can translate into letters.
Yeah, they can represent words as well, but that'd be like 2 letters and then 2 letters. Oh, it says hi? Ah.
I
Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I used to know binary and all that. I can still count in binary and whatnot. But just knowing binary off the top of your head. That was one of those ones you'd do to, like, mess with people, is you'd use binary or hexadecimal to write messages and all that. It's just like, you can't read it, though. Programmer or not, you can't read it.
Wait, oh, here's one more over here also. What do you mean?
Yeah, no, counting binary, that's actually a really good lesson for mathematics, is to teach people binary and hexadecimal. Just to show that, like, the numbers don't always work the same. Because it's base 2, base 16 versus we use base 10 for decimal.
Mm-hmm. I learned binary a bit when I was a computer science major. We actually had, like, a whole class where we had to code something in assembly.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've done it, I'm sorry.
I liked it better than C.
That's probably fair.
Yeah, all of our coding was in C in my coding classes, by the way.
Actually, me too. I don't miss it. I'm sorry, that's not true. That's a lie. I had a lot of C classes, and then I had a C++ class. Which is kind of the same thing, but like more depth to it and all that.
How's corn?
So counting... Oh, what's that?
How's corn?
Corn harvest's pretty easy. Did you already
Okay.
finish your field? Oh, you did.
Oh, dang. Hi. Can you turn the heater on?
Did you want another?
No, I'm okay right now.
Oh yeah, that contract wasn't available, and I looked. I was like,
you
"Where's the
look
corn?" I would have
around?
taken the corn in a heartbeat.
Say, look around where?
Around. Just look. Use your eyeballs for a second.
Yeah, no, Java was very, very popular to teach
What did I do?
at the universities and all that. Because all in all, Java is not a bad language to learn.
Look
Like, its
down.
market share has been shrinking forever. It's just
Look
kind of one of those
down.
things that even with it shrinking forever,
Sucks.
it still has.
cleaned.
I don't know if it's in the first, like the.
There's
I don't
space there.
think it's been dethroned as the most
Okay.
used language.
I'm not that dumb.
How long do you think
But
it took me?
I know it was on the fence the last I
10.
looked. But it's still, you know,
Yeah.
only close to the top language still puts you near the top. So for business aspect, Java is still a very commonly used language. We've been seeing for honestly a lot of time it's been moving more and more and more to C# though. C# is kind of the new Java.
Third place.
And new as in like what is it, like 2005 or 2003 or something that C# came to be?
Sorry, Suboy just got here. Like, he was here before, but he was in the kitchen cooking. He just got, like, here.
You know, you're all good.
Okay, where am I going? Field 77. Okay.
Yeah, JavaScript is its own animal. Like, they both share the name Java, but they're totally different animals. They're, like, not
Level.
related. Yeah, it's been interesting that we're getting more and more industry pushback to stop using C++ entirely, which makes me giggle a lot inside, considering how many people in as early in my career were pressuring me. It's like, no, you gotta learn C++ if you're gonna do any real jobs.
I didn't
It'll
like,
still be around
see.
a long time.
We didn't have anything that, like, explained your errors, though. Like, we didn't have, like, a compiler. Like, we had a compiler, but it didn't, like... We didn't have anything that told us, like, oh, you have wrong syntax here or whatever.
Yeah. I didn't like C because I don't like header files.
What's a header file?
So languages like C++, C, and Objective-C have what's called a header file. And it's kind of... Oh, I'm going to get the terminology wrong because I haven't done it in forever. It's basically a file that says, here is the structure of what my other file is going to have in it. And then you have your other file that actually does the doing.
Oh, the thing when you tell it, use this package, use that package?
No, I think the header file might... I don't remember what's all in the header file because I've deliberately tried not to do those languages. No, it's like what methods... I don't think properties are listed in the header file. It's been so long.
I don't think we did header files.
Yeah, no, but it was C, C++, and Objective-C. You're supposed to have header files. It's those things like, it's basically kind of a, what is the structure of the other file? But it's kind of those things you're like, yeah, but if I just look at the other file, the structure's there. Why am I repeating myself?
Mm. Oh wait, I need
Yeah,
to...
sure. I've never had that experience of feeling like things are constantly broken. Actually, that's not true. I had that feeling when I was using Linux. Like, no matter which distro I used a whole bunch for, like, my main driver for a while. And it felt like I was always chasing down some problem because some driver had some issue or some other thing. But this is going back to, like, 2005, so it's a very different world now.
What is this thing I just carried over here?
I don't know.
Do I need to use this big red spiky thing?
Big red spiky thing. Oh yeah, that's the header for the harvester. So you put it on the front of the harvester, and that's what actually does like the cutting thing.
Okay.
Let's see, Chris is from Stack Overflow. C++ distinguishes between declaration and definition of functions. Since no partial definition, sorry. In general, C++ header file contain the declarations of a class. Since no partial declarations are allowed, the header file needs to contain the complete class declaration, including the private members. Yeah. So basically, it's a thing that says this is all the crap that's in the other file, and then my counter argument's like, right, but all that crap is in the other file. Like, I get as a human being looking at stuff, and you get a dictionary, and it's got an index. Makes sense. It tells me what's in there and where to find it. But computers, I don't need to do that crap. The computer can do that crap. It's like C++ lets you manage all your memory yourself and all that. And these days, even with garbage collection, it's going to do a better job than people are going to do most of the time. Norb saying, you think it's because you would build a toolbox, but tell it to only pick up these tools? Right. Now, coming from my angle with other languages, basically I'd have my class, and my class contains my code. So I have, like, my dog class that contains all things dog. And then, you know, my dog, I might have, like, hair type, whether it's, like, long hair, short hair. You know, and have an action, barks. And all these kind of things. And I might have what's known as a public and a private class, or a private method in there. And public stuff is stuff that I want to be accessible anywhere. So, like, dog neck might be public, so I can put collar on dog. Whereas private might be the inner thoughts of dog, which should only be accessible to dog. Now, I could see the argument that you could have a different implementation of dog, but then, you know, I'm going to have one dog in this place that's going to have access to XYZ and the other dog doesn't. But my counter argument then is like, well, those should just be two different classes then, and not... Like, you wouldn't have a common underlying class and then a header file for this one and a header file for that one, so you have different implementations. Just give me the freaking dog class. If I'm not supposed to use it, don't give me access to it by making it not available. It's fine. It's just different ways of approaching the structure. It's header files I always felt was a waste of time. And I started with header files. Because one common rule in programming is don't repeat yourself. And header files feel like, by definition, you are always repeating yourself.
It took a second to figure out how to do the corn.
You know, it's all good. You attach the header, unfold it, and then it works mostly like your wheat and sorghum and barley and all that's worked. But yeah, no, it is weird having the fold out header.
This one didn't fold, it's just like having a header at all on a... No, we had headers before. Why am I so confused? Small
I don't
brain,
know.
I think. Brain being small.
Sometimes brain don't do gooder. Yeah, most likely what we'll do is we'll probably wrap up these contracts, and that'll probably be when I do the switch over.
I'm cool with that. I'll probably swap to Zomboid as well. Sorry,
Oh, yeah, no, it's-
competition.
Oh no, I don't care about that. That's fine. I'm very much all ships rise together.
Plus, they can watch both of us and see how much of a noob I am compared to you.
It's funny. There was oh, who was it? It was, I think, Penny? I might be misattributing. I think it's Penny Meowie before she started playing Zomboid. She was like, "Do you think it's too late for me to try getting into Zomboid?"
Huh?
It's like, no.
What?
This is 100% one of those games that, like, yeah, on one hand you have people who want to tune in to watch people doing the sweaty try-hard stuff. Just the
I love
same, you
you.
have probably even more people who want to tune in to watch people first learning the game and, you know, tripping over themselves like every single person does when they start the game. It's like very genuinely that fresh new player is very high demand for Project Zomboid.
I think I'm in that awkward, I'm not great at the game, but I'm not a noob either, though.
Yeah, no, you're definitely not a noob.
400 hours in, I'd hope I'm not a noob.
Gotcha, Norm. The big thing with languages like C++ and C#, though, is those are pre-compiled languages. So all that means is when I go and I write my program, I do what's called a compile, which takes all that code from what human beings can read and make into what computers read. And then from there, it doesn't matter how you defined it, how you structured all that, because it's not the compiled the compiled code isn't going to have those headers. It's going to have the final executable code, the machine code. So those header files and all that, that's for a human brain. You do have other ones which are called just-in-time compiled. That's a whole different animal. That's where they compile as you go, and that's what JavaScript does, which is why it does all sorts of monstrous abominations of things. Powerful language. I hate it.
Andy, your problem is though, is you play modded and do silly stuff. You don't spend there trying to sweat and try hard. Also, I think Roll has like 4,000 hours in the game, don't you?
Yeah, something like that. I've killed a zombie or two. Has it overtaken? I'm not sure if it's getting close to being my most played game.
What's your most played?
Path of Exile. Ooh, it's getting real close.
My most played is Final Fantasy 14. And I don't even have 4,000 hours in that. It's just a little over 3,000. Well, it's 2,600.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like with a lot of games when it comes to the playtime kind of things, that it depends on how you play, usually on whether you end up getting like really, really good in the try-hard kind of way, or just have a good time. Like you can put 4,000 hours into a game, and you're obviously not a beginner anymore. Like, and you're going to be a skilled player and whatnot. But like when it comes to being, oh, are you like really on the top of your game, like sweaty try-hard stuff like I get into? That's going in, playing it on sweaty try-hard settings, you'll end up learning the stuff. It's like, you can put in thousands and thousands and thousands of hours into RimWorld, and you're not going to be at the same level as, like, you know, Warren or Disnoff or any of those other ones. Unless you're doing the, like, no pause 500% naked brutality, where they're forced to, like, really learn the inner workings.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice orange. What do you main, War Machine?
I could see that orange if there was like a vulnerability with Bluetooth, because they'll do that kind of stuff where they'll have like a security update, and if, you know, your device doesn't have the stuff to work with it, they'll be like, hey, this is a vulnerability, because Bluetooth's been attacked a lot specifically. So that one doesn't surprise me.
Oops. I switch between Scholar and Dancer.
Well, this thing plows him to sneak in some food.
Do it. I've been sneaking in food too. Why? No, you do not have right of way. Oh yeah, I love Dancer. It feels so artistic and there's like a certain flow to it that's just so cozy. It makes the brain juices go happy. And same with Scholar. I like having like secret little moments where I like save the entire party, you know? Did you sort it out, Orange? Or is it not being that easy? Pick a person making better support style. Yeah, true. My boyfriend used to main Gunbreaker, but now he's a Black Mage main. He didn't like the changes that they made with Endwalker. It was Endwalker changes he didn't like, right? Yeah, because he hasn't played Dawn Trail. You wish you could get more into 14. It's just the story is heavy and you can't watch streams while playing. The story can get kind of heavy for sure. I started playing during Shadowbringers. Those are solid. I just can't get over having a cute little fairy. So that's why I'm obsessed with Scholar. I started as a bard, but back during Shadowbringers, like bard was not great.
I can't remember if I ever played Final Fantasy XIV. I know I looked at it a bunch of times. I was end up these days getting scared away from MMOs after putting in way too many time and way too many in the past.
That's relatable.
Yeah, I go through these modes where I was like, man, I could really get myself into a nice MMO, and then I play it for like all of like 2-3 days. I'm like, first daily quest shows up. Nope, out. Nope, gone. Not doing this again. You can't make me go back.
Final Fantasy isn't too bad in terms of daily quests. You don't have daily quests really. It's like you can go do a dungeon daily and get extra XP.
Right. They all have their different repetitive, like recurring, I should say, things you can do. Because otherwise people just get bored and leave. Like, I don't think it's a bad mechanic to have. There's just, you eventually feel like you really should or need to do those things. Oh yeah, no, the fear of missing out is real in almost all those games.
No, and a funny thing is that I actually haven't played Final Fantasy in quite a while. It's just because I'm busy with life. I still need to remove my sub for the time being. Such devastation.
I also love how every game that has any type of vocalizations will have someone that everyone pretty universally makes fun of their dialogue. World of Warcraft has a bunch of them too, where it's like, you know, what is it, like, the toxic waste pipes are flowing.
There's
You
also
are not prepared.
in Final Fantasy 14, sloppy. Because there's a guy who just says sloppy, sloppy. Every
It's
like
mostly
so
that
often.
the voice acting doesn't quite hit the mark. Excellent.
Mm-hmm. See, War Machine knows what I'm talking about. The terrible thing is, like, that's actually not a bad fight, too. It's, like, actually one of the better fights of that time in the game. The sloppy one. It's just, it has a really funny voice acting line in it.
Gotcha. One of the fun ones from Path of Exile is they've got it's Zaro, who's like this former king or emperor or whatever. And whenever you go through his dungeon, he's got like all these like lines are like words of wisdom kind of thing. And some of them are supposed to sound profound, but like so many of them you hear them for like the 1,000th time and just like, whoa, something comes to the page of path. It's like, thanks, Azaro, go away.
Yeah, that sounds like, Praetorium. Such devastation. A test of your reflexes! Wah! I don't even remember what that's from. Which fight is that? Xenos, right. All I could remember is it just goes, test your reflexes. Wah!
Same PoE2 is especially guilty of that, but it serves as purpose of telegraphing moves. Well, I mean, that's one thing they got way better about in later Path of Exiles. They started getting the bosses to actually have lines that they would say before the user attack of just wrecking your face. Because it used to be that just like make their hands slightly glow, but the game got a really bad rep for, okay, you're gonna go fight this boss. He's a big red dude in a big red dungeon with a big red background and big red air effects and big red attacks. And you're like, yeah, I can really see that tell in all the red. So now they'd have him sit there where the guy's like, why are you so in love with death? And you're like, oh, he's about to smash the ground. Or the really big attack that gets memed about from Path of Exile. There's one of the boss, he's like the head of the corrupt church or whatever, he goes to smash the ground and he's like, hand of justice.
That's great.
And just that gets memed on a lot.
War Machine. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 is very fun.
It sounds fun. I've heard good things about it. It's just one of those things that I didn't jump on the train early on, and it's one of those things like you kind of stare at going, is this a train I really want to get on? I see the shackles on the floor for me. That once I
means you
get on this
should.
train, I can't get back off.
That means it's time to get on the train. Plus, if you ever run out of things to do on stream, you could just start a Final Fantasy run.
I was gonna say, it's like, is there even really a draw for that? I'm like, you know what? I know there is.
Oh yeah.
I don't need to ask that. It's an MMO. It's gonna have a draw.
People love watching new players, especially with how old the MMO is at this point.
I have seen people streaming Ultima Online from time to time. That hurts my brain matter. It's like a 1995 or 97 MMORPG. It's one of the very first proper MMORPGs. That is a game that like entirely and strictly survives in the fact that people played it, got into it, and they've got like all their accrued stuff and don't want to give it up.
I don't know. I like Final Fantasy 14, but I'm also like kind of sick of it just because like I have so many hours in it. Oh my gosh, the vault. Yeah, I've accidentally been there when friends have gotten there too. They'll just like choose that dungeon and be like, hey, can someone run a dungeon with me? And I'll be like, oh, sure. And then I'll get in there with them and they'll be like, it'll be the vault. And I'll just be like, oh no.
Is like, oh no, infamous as in like...
Heartbreaking cutscene right after.
Ah, I see. Yeah, there'll be Zomboid here in just a little bit. We're just wrapping up the current contracts.
Mm-hmm. The thing is I didn't actually care that much about that character, so it didn't really hit me that hard. Honestly, all I could think about during Heaven's Ward was how hot Amaric is. That was the entire thought process I had, that entire expansion. Hey, you're with me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's...
His voice acting.
Yeah, that's just because YouTube's entire thing about telling when stuff's upcoming is hot garbage and how it works. It'll say I have an upcoming stream, even... Oh, I never hit go live on YouTube. That's fine, it's too late now.
Just do it now, it's
That
fine.
explains that one.
Just do it when you switch games. Easy.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I just forgot to go live on YouTube on... Because I had to fight with Firefox to get the stream together to work. So it threw off my flow.
I think it's Amaric is hot. Then Heaton's kind of hot too. Those are the two hot ones in my opinion. Oh, the new Bunny Boy is hot. Oh, what's his name? Aaronville, yes, he's so hot. I like how I said that and you knew exactly who I was talking about. Let's see, little fun bud. Yeah, Hean is after, Heaven's Word. I know I missed. You don't need to get in my face about it.
That does mean if I want to preserve the VOD for this, I gotta do the whole thing where I manually upload it.
Fun.
Gross.
Oh, Raul, if you want to speed up my contract, because I'm pretty sure mine's going to take longer, I have a full truck.
Yeah, I can drop it off, and then you'll pick up where we left off there.
Thank you.
No problem.
I'm just looking, it's looking like mine's going to take a whole lot longer than yours.
Yeah, I'm actually... So, like, I mean, it's fine. I was actually surprised that yours ended up being the longer one. Because plowing is notorious for being much slower than you'd expect. But yeah, no, this is a real big field.
Mm-hmm. This one's also worth like 12,000.
Yeah.
So, Raul, if for some reason you had to stop being a streamer and you had to go into the professional world, like right now, like go get an office job or something of that kind of nature, what would you do?
That is a tough question, because obviously I can lean on my experience as software dev, but right now, things are really rough for people in the software dev tech sphere. Like, it's getting pretty cutthroat and ruthless there right now.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. They're getting back into the education side, which it's easier to find work in the education side if you're looking like grade school and all that. Like there's lots of demand for that and medical, and I have zero desire doing medical.
Do you have interest in teaching younger children?
I mean, yes and no. The actual teaching part and all that, yes. I don't mind that. That's fine. I've done lots of time in classrooms with kids and all that. That part's fine. Do I want to do it in the state of Florida with the situation we've got going here? No. Because they would tell me to do things and I'd tell them to go F themselves. I'm going to do what's right for, the students. And then I wouldn't have a job anymore. They'd be like, I'm sorry, you can't teach that there's more than women and men. It's like, but that's factually wrong, so I'm not going to teach that.
Mm.
But yeah, so that's a problem.
This field is taking forever. Did you turn the stuff in?
I am. It's the opposite side of the map.
Oh my goodness, really? Oh, you have AI doing the plowing. I was like, how is it still going?
Yep. I do that sometimes when I stream Farm Sim, like, I'll do a lot of the work myself, but once one of those jobs that's kind of just slower, I'm like, yeah, we could just ride along with the AI and shoot the breeze for a little bit. Or a lot of times I'll be doing something else, but sometimes you're like that last thing you need to do for the day, and you're like, no, this isn't a task I want to do manually. I'll let the driver do it. I don't get to do that as much in my try-hard sweaty settings because the AI is really expensive. Here it's cheap.
Here you might as well.
Yeah, it's just when you're doing the challenge thing, you've got like the smallest little cultivator and the smallest little tractor, and it takes like 10 times as long to do the field. And then the AI is charging you like $1 a minute or something like that, or $1 a couple seconds or whatever. It just adds up real fast because it takes you forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my harvester is almost full.
Yeah, I figured as much when you brought up like, up, get into that time.
Yeah, it's at 95%.
No, I'm not gonna be back there before it's,
98.
full. think I cut across here and take this side road instead. They'll be a little faster than the route I took up.
Just cut through those fields.
Yep, that's exactly my plan. Can I outrun this train?
That's brave.
Oh, I slowed down more than I expected to.
Oh!
It's fine.
It seems like it left you in an okay spot.
I didn't realize how much of like a ramp up it was to the railroad track. So when the tractor just stopped to go over, I was like, oh, that's not good.
No, you just follow that road. Can you actually like use the train and stuff?
I believe the train operates as a way of selling stuff, quote unquote, outside the area, which can get you some better prices. But I believe you have to rent or buy the train to do it, which, you know, then you're renting or buying a train to do it. So it's kind of only good if you're selling a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, being struck by vehicles in this doesn't hurt you. Almost all of your wear and tear in your vehicle is just when you're using it.
I feel like it would almost be more efficient to always have 3 contracts going and then have AI running them, or would we not make a profit?
Depends on the contract. On our settings, we probably always make a profit. If you're on harder economy, there's certain contracts that you lose money because it just takes the AI too long. And then, you know, the AI's price.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, sorry, my bad, my bad. I'm stuck at 10, so.
Oh, yours must be in kilometers per hour.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, it's like, you're saying 10 and I'm seeing 6.
I've been going a lot slower than I thought. Is there a setting for that?
For the different units? Yeah. I don't remember where it is in the UI stuff, but it's there.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. I changed it to miles per hour.
Yep.
Are you almost full?
75%. I'm gonna basically see how many percent we fill up on a pass, and if it looks like we're gonna need another drop off, which I think we will, I'm just gonna bolt after this one to go do that.
Mm-hmm. This harvester stores a lot. Like one full load is 60%.
Okay. Yeah, no, we're definitely in the territory where it's gonna be another drop off.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go do that.
All right. I'll be here.
Ooh, actually, let's fill it up. Because I'm realizing what's realistically going to happen here is when I drop this off, there is a good chance we'll have dropped off enough to count for the full contract. So you'll still have to harvest more. But if it ends up being more than 20% there, then it's a lot of money we don't get to keep. Or a lot of extra money we can make that we don't get to keep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that little one's solid. Because I wasn't watching how much... When I do some of these things on my own, what I'll do is I'll actually keep an eye on it and be like, okay, you know, I put in 15%, so yeah, I'm fine to finish the field, versus I wasn't paying attention to how much we dropped the first time.
Mm-hmm. I'm not really paying attention either.
Yeah, it's not big. Like, you get extra money. I don't think it's that big a deal if you're not doing sweaty stuff.
I don't know, I just press the button and make the thing go burr.
Pretty much.
That's as far as my brain goes with it.
This is absolutely the right kind of game for that type of gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Just relax, have a show going or a stream going or something like that. And then just make do. Alright, so I'm full, so I'll drop this off.
Bye-bye.
There's a really good chance that after I drop this off, you'll end up, you know, the harvester will just finish the contract of a chunk of the field we can't finish. Which is fine, we'll still get the payout.
Mm-hmm. We don't need to sweaty try hard at. Although I know you like your sweaty try hard roll.
Yeah, but I mean, there's times for both. Like, people have seen that, like, sometimes I'm playing games on the channel, I'm doing, like, sweaty, try-hard, max difficulty nonsense. And then people see, like, where I play RimWorld, I'm like, yeah, I've got set hardish. I don't need to prove anything here. I've done the hardest stuff, and it stops being fun after a while for me. Mm-hmm. Like, in that game. See, what is weird cycle around you when you're driving in the field? That went from dark to light?
Oh, that's just the shadow, right?
Are you talking about where the crops kind of render in when we're closer? Here, like if you're looking at my screen, let me find.
I think he's talking about like the displacement of the crops when you stand on it, messing with the way that it looks.
Yeah, so we go over here real fast. I'm going to pull up to this field. Did I seriously beach myself?
You did not.
Alright, we can fix it. We can fix it. Okay, so cutting across the railroad tracks. Not the best move. I got it recovered, but I have to go around. But yeah, no, it's a render distance thing that stuff close to us will render with higher detail than stuff farther away. But it is a thing that in Farm Sim, it's got a little bit more aggressive. So, like, if you actually look, let me try... Okay, so about halfway across the field, you'll almost notice what looks like kind of a darker stripe on the edge. If you look carefully at, like, the really higher resolution stuff nearby me, but the stuff out there is not rendered in. And that's just, it's just a performance thing because they render literally everything with that higher, you know, higher fidelity and all that.
it doesn't matter what you're running. It's setting your room on fire with the amount of heat it's spitting out. It does look weird. I've gone at times and tried to crank down the detail so it's uniform, so it doesn't do that, but it looks blurry and muddy. Yeah, because fields like this left look real bad with it, where you see nice crops and the rest is just a dark green texture. That's not even the same green.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yep, it's a performance thing. Optimization, whatever you want to go with.
I'm just glad that the lane thing exists.
Oh yeah, the GPS lane thing is a huge addition. There was a mod that could do it in 22, but even then, like the mod in 22, you could do more with it, but it required a little bit more to deal with. This one is way more just push the button and go.
You don't even have to have your hands on the keyboard at all.
Yep, I believe the GPS mod as well. Like it was almost like hiring a worker. Like it would full on autopilot it if I remember correctly, but you had to be in it for it to work. Oh yeah, Guardian. That was a comment I was making to people. It's like whether or not you want to steer it yourself or not. Just having the little blue lines like this is what your tool is going to cover was just nice for the really big tools that sometimes it's hard to really make out exactly where everything's gonna go.
I remember I was very mediocre at getting everything before, and now it's just like do.
I mean, it's what you did the last one is you overlapped, which means every single pass you're losing a little bit of the space you could be covering. Either that or you just accept you're gonna have a whole bunch of holes in your field.
Yeah, I never got to the point of having my own field though in the other ones.
Yeah, no, you mentioned you had played like 10 hours, and I was thinking in my head, it's like, okay, you basically just learned how to use the machines at that time, which isn't a comment about playability, it's just Farm Sim takes time to do things.
And that had been over different runs too, so it was all just contract work. I had never gotten past contract.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's actually, it's after the contract is when things get like really a problem, because the game just doesn't teach you like how to do your own field on any form.
Yeah,
They're
it's
like
not-
here's some tools, here how you use them. And you're like, but when do I use them? Yeah, that's not in the curriculum, sorry.
You could find the lines.
Hey, Mark.
so- Sorry.
Actually, looks like we will get the full value out of this.
Maybe. Yeah, we are. I'm surprised.
Yeah, because it's at 96%. I'm gonna be surprised that's more than 4% left of this field they'd harvest. That's good, because that means I'll probably get an extra 5, 6, 7, 8,000, whatever it is. Probably 4,000 or something like that for the extra crop.
A teeny tiny piece more.
Not gonna worry about it's like what, 2 liters?
Oh no, it's not even one.
Yep. Have crops always wobbled with the harvester? Most of them. There's some that don't because like the machine just covers them, kind of thing. Or like when you harvest them, there's nothing on the other side. But yeah, most of the stuff like the corn and the sunflowers and a lot of that did, yeah. Stuff like wheat, you chopped it all down, so there's nothing left to wobble.
My bot keeps deleting your bot's messages.
Yeah, it's fine. They just do that. They'll fight amongst themselves.
They can't be friends. That's pretty.
Yeah, thing between the three new maps they added for this one, I definitely like this one more than the other one. Like the East Asia map was cool because like the town was, you know, kind of this cool East Asian aesthetic, especially the area where it had like the little hills up. But like the farmland itself was kind of eh. And the temple was cool to build, but it took absolutely forever. And then once you build, it's like, well, it's just this thing over in the corner that I can now ignore exists.
What was the purpose of building it then?
It's a thing to do.
Mm.
And they do pay you for the materials. But considering I was rushing building about buying the materials and then selling them for less than I bought them for, you know,
Yeah.
it is for a dare drop. This one also has stuff you can build on as well.
Mm.
There's like a museum and a couple other things. But it's a lot of work, way more than we're gonna have time for. Like I probably won't end up building this unless there's an achievement on my own time at some point.
I see you. Not creepy at all, right?
I've been on the internet. It's always creepy.
I'm just gonna take a bath real quick, or no, a shower.
A bath in corn.
Yeah, a corn shower.
just corn kernels, like, because it's the corn kernels is like dumping on you,
Ow.
not like steamed or something, just like getting pelted by them.
I'm gonna finish the contract.
Cool. And we actually have a little bit of money again.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I do think that's going to be where I'm going to do the flip over for myself.
Alright, I will do it as well. I need a BRB anyway. I could use a
Yeah,
stretch
same here.
break. My body is like cramping up a little.
For me, it's a restroom break, but same diff.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let me go ahead and save the game. And it has been a pleasure. We can shoot messages after stream about like when we want to do the next segment or whatever.
Oh, just pretty much whatever you want.
Yeah.